Hey, everybody. Guess what? I don't know why I say guess what. You're already tuning in. That's kind of silly. Tonight, we got another Gab and Doodle. It's Thursday night. Thursday night, what's the date today? Today is the 4th? I'm guessing the 4th, but I can't be sure of it. We're going to play it by ear. Today we had the power go out in my house because there's a nor'easter that came through and dumped tons of freezing rain and slush and ice, and now it's snowing, and it's in April, and it's gross. We already had Easter, and I don't like the fact that all of a sudden it's getting to this gross weather again. And then supposedly it's supposed to be, this is like the last hurrah of winter, but we'll see. But if for some reason my power goes out, or some reason the internet goes out, or things of the sort, just know that I will try to get back up and running right away, and so we can all stay connected. Let's put it that way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in here, ask us anything, which is the standard that I put in the comments. Ask us anything. And I will try to keep an eye on it. I always say I try, and sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But I'm going to put that in here, and I'm going to pin it at the bottom so you know. You can just write in the comments, and I will ask the questions that pop up. So tonight we have a wonderful guest. We have Charlene Chua who's going to be joining us, who, let's see if I can find a couple of fun ones for you here. We got a couple of books. Some folks might know Pinky Promises. That's the Elizabeth Warren book that Charlene worked on. There's a whole series of Amy Wu books that they've worked on as well that are all quite amazing. We got Boys Don't Fry. A nice little pun there. And then Going Up. These are the ones that we happen to have in-house right now. That we're always pulling books from our own collection, from the library, all over the place. We have on the regular, I'm trying to think of how many books we have sitting upstairs. Generally about 25 books from the library. It can get upwards of like 60 books sometimes in our household. It's kind of crazy. But we are book people. And so we'll be talking with Charlene tonight. I'm going to let Charlene in 1 second. But a reminder, post this show, I will put, or this feed goes up onto my, this video, this recording goes up on my feed. My wife says we have like 30 out right now. Yes, probably true. This goes up on my feed so you can watch what happens here. And then over the weekend, I populated up to YouTube. And so you can go and rewind and do all the fun, fancy stuff you can do with YouTube. And so expect to see that there as well. And you can go back and watch all the previous ones. I don't even know how many are up there right now, 8 or 9. It's a couple of months worth. And then all the rest of them are still on my feed that you can go watch. In the meantime, I'm going to let in our special guest, and we'll have a lovely evening of drawing and chatting and all that fun stuff. So give me 1 second. Here we go. Now we're waiting, and we're waiting, and we're waiting, and it worked!
It worked! Yay! Oh.
Did you get your water?
Yes, I did.
Mad dash?
Kind of mad.
Good. So, generally what I do at the beginning here, and we had a second to chat before this, everybody, so we're old friends already. But what I ask is for you to give everybody out there that doesn't know you, which should only be like 1 person out of 100. Everybody should know you. But if they don't know you, can you give them a little synopsis of who you are and what you do and why you do it?
Oh wow, I didn't prepare for this. Okay, where's my standard? Hi, I'm Charlene Chua. I am the illustrator of like many books. I draw a lot. I like cats. I drew Amy Wu, various Amy Wu books. As you mentioned, like how Going Up, Stonewall Award winner Love Violet. The last book that came out was Boys Don't Fry, and the one that's coming out next is Hocus and Pocus, which is like nowhere, but I do have that book.
Ooh.
It's Magical Puppies.
Is that an advanced reader copy, or is that the...
That's the actual book. We
Oh,
have
okay.
hardcover and soft cover. It's like I probably should not be showing the inside, but it's like a Princess in Black. It's actually by under the same publisher, so it's
Okay.
like early. It's like like the chapter books, but anyway, it's like full color.
Yep.
So yeah, why I do what I do because I get paid. And because I like drawing, and yeah, I mean, literally, I get paid to draw this, and I don't get paid to draw like Marvel comics. So
Do you want to draw Marvel comics?
not anymore, but when I was younger,
What?
yeah.
What? How old were you when you wanted to draw Marvel comics? Like, ow. When did that transition happen for you that you switched and you said, Marvel comics is not the thing?
Yeah, I think like maybe it started when I was like 14 or something, probably because of like the well, it actually started because of like was it Savage Sword of Conan, or it was one of the Conan ones.
Yeah.
I really liked that. And I didn't have many of those because my mom was like, like skimpy Siberian lady and some guy with like too many muscles and a loincloth, and it's like He-Man, with
Yeah.
more blood. So and then like that led to like X-Men and stuff like that, and I wanted to do that from maybe when I was a teenager till um yeah, till the end of my teens and stuff. And then I tried to do comics and get into comics, but it was really hard at the time, being in Singapore, being you know perceived as a woman, being like Asian at the time. And I was not in the US. I couldn't go to conventions and
Yeah.
stuff like that, so it was really difficult to like get anywhere with it. um, so eventually, after doing some other work, I went into illustration, and I got different jobs doing like different kind of things. And over the years, it was like, yeah, okay, this is kind of good. And then every now and then these days, I hear about like bad stuff happening in the comics industry, and I'm always like, oh, okay, maybe it was better that I didn't go down
There's,
that.
I feel like every industry has its problems of sorts, and comics have been I've heard a lot recently. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Um, so were you a big Frank Frazetta fan when you say
When
Conan,
I
or
was,
primarily
when
the
I
comic?
was, when I was younger, I really loved Boris Belio's work,
Okay.
and I kind of preferred him over Frazetta because I think his colors were punchier.
Okay. Yep.
Frazetta's work has like a sort of, what is monotone, but it kind of has a more somber palette.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think it's a little bit more impressionistic sometimes than like Boris's work.
I imagine at some point I want to see you, because I know you love cats and drawing cats.
Mm.
I would love to see a version of your cat in that aesthetic, in that sort of like big, muscly, over the top version. Like how can you harken back to those years and draw a cat that is
No, I mean I
uh,
love like the way Frazetta and Boris like paint, but like I can't do that. I wish I could.
there's a way to do it. There's a way to do it. Maybe it'll happen tonight. Who knows? Um, so in the sort of setup of this, I always ask a couple of things, and I've already mentioned to you, but again, for anybody that hasn't heard this yet, if something goes wrong, etc., we'll try to get back online as fast as possible. And whenever you need to leave, you can leave. There's no rules. I won't be offended of any sort. But the other question, or the questions that I have for you: one, what are the materials you're using tonight? I know you have watercolor, and it looked like something else, like some wax crayons or something of the sort. But what brands?
Yeah.
What are they?
Well, for tonight, I figured that I may as well just do some traditional media stuff. So I've been doing a lot of like cats in my sketchbook, so I'll just continue doing something like that. I will be using watercolors. My watercolors are in my hand palette. That's what I sort of use for my sketching and stuff. It's just easier. And also probably combine it with the new Color 2 wax pen crayons. They are water soluble.
Yep.
And they're by Karen Dash. I don't know how to pronounce it. I always pronounce it Karen Dash. And off screen, there's like probably my color pencils, probably the Prismacolors, because they kind of go on a little bit better and combine with the new color better. If you specifically want me to talk about materials, I can go on.
The only other question I had about that was, and I know you're drawing in a sketchbook, so it's just whatever page. But with the watercolors, is there a brand that you prefer?
This palette is a mix of different brands. So there's Schminke, M. Graham, a couple of Holbeins,
Okay.
My Marie Blue, and I think that's it.
Classic brands. Yeah. Okay. I don't even know how to say it. The SCHM.
Schminke.
Like.
I think it's Schminke.
It probably is, but I've never been able to say that one.
Schminke. I don't know, but I think I heard somebody pronounce it Schminke.
It's from another country, and I know that if I say it wrong, I'll be like,
I'm sorry, all
language.
Whoever speaks German, I'm sorry.
Wait, is it German?
I think it's German.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have even guessed that. I would have said like even more Northern Europe.
I think that the German, it's Talens, I think, is from like the Netherlands, and they make the Ecoline liquid watercolors that I like using. They also have some new ones I haven't tried yet, but they're like a liquid. I think they're called water-based inks. But the interesting thing is that they've teamed up with Pantone, and like all the colors are like the exact Pantone color.
Wow!
So if you ever wanted to like paint with Pantone, like blah blah whatever color, you can buy the exact color and use it.
Do they have all the Pantone colors though?
That'd be insane. Like all the Pantone colors. They got a lot.
Yeah. They have thousands of colors you can choose from.
Yeah. I don't think it's the entire Pantone range, but like they probably do have extensive. And I think I read that it was like supposed to be light fast, which I'm like, how are you making these inks like light fast, especially since the Ecolines are not. I do have a test so that the Ecolines do not fade if you do not put them in direct sunlight. They retain their vibrancy, but you're not supposed to like hang them in like direct sunlight, which you'd think most people would know to not put anything like in direct sunlight.
I don't think that I don't think there's a lot of people that understand about archival or understand about light fast, or I mean the amount of students even that I have on a regular basis where I start to talk to them about what number 1 paint or like the series 1 or series 2 or those kind of they don't know what that means, and it's just
it means it's more expensive.
Yeah, I know.
It's like different series.
Like, why is this color expensive? And like you explain the reason why, and then they go, oh, that makes a lot of sense. But I don't think the common person like hanging up artwork in their house knows 100% all of that.
I've been wondering because like last few paintings I sold, some of them were like Ecoline based. I was wondering if I should include a little note with like the originals that I sell saying like for best results, do not hang this in like direct sunlight.
It couldn't hurt. I mean, you can also get like UV coated glass and things of the sort that should help.
Yeah. I guess if people wanted to go that extra mile to like get that kind of thing, but like I don't put my the artwork that I have under any special thing because it's gonna probably cost me more than like the artwork itself.
Yeah, the museum glass or whatever that costs a fortune.
Yeah, I mean the day that I buy a real Frazetta, I'm gonna put that behind light.
Yeah, exactly. Or like me, you put it in a basement studio and then it'll never see sunlight ever again.
Yeah.
So the other question I have, and you kind of answered this already, I think, but what are we drawing tonight?
Cats.
Cats. Okay.
Cats or birds, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
It could be both.
Could be.
I don't know I have no idea what I'm drawing yet.
Yeah.
And so I need suggestions, and it can be cats. I have no problem with cats.
You
but
draw the muscle cat.
I draw the what? The
The
muscle
muscle
cat. Maybe I have to sketch it out and see if it feels right. Tonight's just a like, let's see what happens night. So why don't we switch our cameras to the down shoot,
Okay.
and we can start to work. And if people have questions, pop them in. Yeah, my son says he wants the muscle cat. Maybe I'll see if I can draw a muscle cat for him. Just draw it at least. But let's switch to the down shoot, and we can just keep chatting as the night goes on, and then we'll see where the conversation takes us. Okay.
Let's see what happens.
Let me. Oh, you're beating me to it. I'm normally pretty fast at this, but you're already lined up. So as I get set up here, and yeah, you have it all. Yours is all worked out. Wow, you really like outpaced me there. So let me just make sure everybody's on screen so everybody can see. Beautiful. So tell me a little bit about. I mean, you mentioned the idea of like growing up in Singapore and wanting to do comics and things of the sort. Was art always the thing, or I mean, you mentioned that your mother seeing scantily clad women and muscly men of the Conan series did not strike her fancy. Let's put it that way, or secretly did and wouldn't admit it in front of you.
She still won't admit it in front of me.
She has a drawer somewhere that's all like Conan the Barbarian and Fabio and all those things. I'm like I'm just putting your mother down before we even start.
I don't think she's listening,
okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to yuck her yum. Let's put it that way. But was there like, was it perceived early on for you that art was the thing, or was there pressure potentially coming from family and experience that sort of said, hey, you need to find some other career first?
No, I think like for me, like my dad was a photographer, and like my uncle was an illustrator. So I think there were, to their credit, my parents never said like, oh, you can't do art, or whatever. But I think they were also, fairly realistic, and like, this is like not a, you're not going to get rich doing this.
Yeah.
So
wait.
wait,
that's news to me. I need to rethink my career.
Oh no.
No. Huh? Yeah. Sorry, I cut you off for a joke. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I don't think that it was ever, a problem in that, but like I wanted to study illustration, and the studying of the illustration was a bit of a problem because in Singapore at the time there was like no school for illustration. So the best that we had was fine art, and I think we had like, we were just starting to have design programs. So I wanted to study illustration, and the closest place was probably Australia, but I wanted to go to the UK, and it was, they actually did offer me a place at several places, but the cost was just really prohibitively expensive. And at the time, thankfully, I was like, I did the math, and I was like, no, there's like no way that my family can afford this. The only way I can afford this is if I get a government like scholarship.
Sponsor, yeah.
And the government scholarships at the time came with a bond period whereby you were required then to come back and like work for a government agency for a period of time to pay off your scholarship loan, whatever it was called.
Yeah.
So I was not keen on being beholden that way.
Okay.
So I was like, that's great. I'm not taking this offer. And so I did end up taking a visual communications uh, course, but that didn't, I did that for like a year or so, and due to various things, it didn't work out. Um, and then I kind of just joined the workforce because it was a lot easier back then than it is these days, apparently.
When you say join the workforce, what did you do? Was there like
Amazingly, even though there were like no jobs for illustration in Singapore, the first job that I got actually was to draw stuff. Um, it was a job that was like junior designer or something like that, but the thing they wanted me to do is that the company was developing like training CD-ROMs, and the training CD-ROM they were developing was like for a insurance company, so they needed like all of these little uh, cartoons and stuff to explain the concepts to, like, financial concepts or insurance contracts. Like I can't remember what the exact nature of the thing was, but I remember drawing like bags of money and like people like looking confused, things like that.
it sounds like sort of a classic like corporate illustration, like stock art sort of
Yeah,
imagery.
yeah.
I
It
always
was,
reference like a guy walking off a cliff with a briefcase
yeah,
as the like, classic version of that.
yeah. I mean, pretty much, but I was like pretty happy with that at the time because it was like, oh, I get to, I get to draw and I get paid money, so this is kind of awesome. I also they did send me with the team to like Malaysia to like meet the client, which I also thought was like pretty awesome at the time. We took a night train. The night train was very interesting.
The way,
And
the way you said interesting implies that it wasn't so interesting. Huh.
oh no, it definitely was interesting. It's just you don't get much sleep on the train
Oh,
at the time. But it was like second class, so the if you see like train journeys and stuff, they probably do have pictures of second class rail in different Southeast Asian countries. So the beds are, it's kind of like a long corridor full of beds, and people like bring weird things with them on. So you can like hear, oh, am I allowed to draw cat nipples?
yeah. I know. I was questioning the same thing, and so I'll put them in first so it feels safe and you can get away with it. Um,
Yeah.
the I'm trying to think, like there were times I remember when so I did a trip to China for my school and we took a train,
Oh, cool.
and I remember we were going from Beijing to like really far north in China, and I remember seeing some like weird foods being pulled out. And now I say weird, I should be careful because it's weird to me, but culturally I know it was probably absolutely fine. But I was like, whoa, that's some aromatic uh, food being brought out on this trip, and
Hmm.
so like it sort of stunk up the whole train. But I was like, kind of fascinating that the sort of like they brought almost like a whole meal sometimes with them, and it wasn't just like they pulled a bag of chips out of their bag.
Oh
It
yeah.
was this like really robust sort of uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
dining. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. I don't think we had that, or maybe I can't remember. I think at like certain stations, there were vendors on the platforms, but I don't really remember too well. And it was an overnight train, so there was a lot of, most of the journey was like at night. So,
Yeah.
uh, yeah, I don't think we had that, but like, in Indonesia, I think people bring like, sometimes they bring like chickens and stuff on the train or the ferry, and I don't think we had livestock. But I just remember just thinking like, okay, this is like pretty weird. Lots of people like with like weird luggage, like, weird in the sense of like you think that you're going on a trip, you have like a carry a bag or something, but there were a lot of like people who had like, I think their belongings in like cardboard boxes that were like tied up and
Yeah.
stuff like that. I mean, it was at the time we did not have budget flights between Singapore and the capital of Malaysia, so it was expensive to fly, and you know, most people either took the train or the bus, because there's a bus and it's by North American standards, I think it's like relatively fast. It's maybe like 5 hours, 6 hours, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, you know, people would be going back and forth and like bringing like all of this stuff on the train to like bring back to their families and stuff like that.
Now, I assume that, I mean, at a certain point you came stateside. When was that you came, or that you moved from Singapore to Toronto?
Yeah, see, I moved here in like 2007.
2007. Okay.
Yeah.
And was that for work, or was that just you really loved the idea of Toronto and you said, hey, I've been dreaming of cold winters and
Well,
your whole life.
I did want to get out of Singapore, so you know, anywhere was kind of like kind of sounded good. Well, maybe not anywhere, but like Canada sounded like pretty good. So my husband is Canadian, so it was like we're gonna go, if we go back, we'll go back to Canada. It was, you know, kind of a toss up between going to Toronto or Vancouver, or we were also considering Halifax, but then because it sounded kind of nice, it's like, oh, by the sea. But then it was also like, we're not sure whether it, you know, even Toronto and all sounded kind of like not big enough as cities for me. Too much culture shock going from a very crowded metropolitan place in Singapore to somewhere that's like not as busy.
Wait, you wanted somewhere that was busy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm shocked because I am the total opposite of that. Like, I don't ever want to have to think about parking. I don't ever want to have to think about all those things that come with a big city. But I know there's people like New York City does not appeal to me whatsoever, but I know it appeals to, you know, huge portions of the world, and I'm just not privy to it. Or I'm not one of those folks. And so, I mean, Toronto's pretty big, isn't it? I always think of Toronto as big.
I mean, it is the biggest city in Canada, but you know, it just doesn't have the same kind of density and stuff that like Singapore has. Singapore's just culturally, I guess it's like, you know, just different, and it's I remember getting to Toronto for the first time, and you know, at the start it was still culture shock and going like, oh my god, like, you know, things like some things are like not open on Sundays, or
Okay.
you know, something is like oh, there's like this restaurant, but it's like there's one restaurant for this kind of food, or like
Gotcha.
you know,
Okay.
it's maybe it's a little bit unfair because Singapore is kind of obsessed with like food, so we have like all kinds of food from like everywhere. We think it'd be pretty hard to like find, you know, a cuisine that is not represented in Singapore. And because it's such a small country, the entire country is like the size of Toronto itself. You know, you can very easily get from one end to the other and go check out like anything that you want. Uh, the public transit is much better, and again, you can just like, you don't need a car. You can just like get any bus, train, taxi to get to wherever. So going to Toronto is like, okay, it's like now it's like there's like no cabs sometimes, or like there's, the cab is like massively expensive. I thought I found it was like really expensive. And
Okay.
tipping, yeah, everything's like super expensive because you guys like tip. We don't have tipping in Singapore, so it was like a very big difference for me.
Yeah, a shock that all of a sudden people are waiting with their hand out going, give me a little extra on top. I find it funny because like coming from the States, there it's just commonplace that you tip, and then you go overseas and sometimes it's like it's frowned upon
Yeah.
to tip. And part of it's just that, obviously in certain cultures there's the they get paid better for the service that they provide, whereas in certain states here it's a you only can survive on your tips.
Yeah.
So you came over, and was there, I mean, obviously you were making art while you were in Singapore, but was there a immediate sort of shock of coming over and like having to, or was there I don't want to say shock, but was there like a career shift or a challenge that came with moving to a whole nother country, in the sense of like building clientele or those kinds of things?
I mean, for sure, like, you lose the majority of your clientele at least I did when I moved. So it was very challenging at the start, having to, rebuild connections. I didn't know anybody here. I didn't, have any clients. I didn't have any close relatives that I could, kind of like ask, okay, do you know anybody that can give me a job and stuff?
Yeah.
But I was very lucky, because when I got over, I did have one client in Singapore. We were doing a children's comic for their magazine, just a couple of pages, but it was a job that I carried over and I continued to do here for a while. So that helped to, make things less sucky at the start.
Yeah.
And then when I sent out my first mailer here, I got contacted by Owl Kids, which is like the biggest like children's magazine in Canada.
Yep, I know Owl Kids.
Yeah, so they were really nice, and they gave me my first Canadian job, and I was like, oh, cool. I also think that I was doing my first picture book at the time. That was kind of like why I decided to do it, really, because I was, in the process of moving and everything. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna have a lot of like, disruption and downtime, and this thing doesn't need to be like done like now. So it can be a project that like stretches out over a few months and can also like give me a bit paid, So yeah, I remember working on that. Oops, after I got here.
With the stuff that you were doing over in Singapore, I mean, obviously, like, you said 2007.
Yeah.
So there was, I mean, it's post or not post. It is in the middle of the internet era, but I also think that was kind of early for social media.
Yeah.
And things that, or at least to the state that it's at now. And so one of the questions I had for you, actually, that you sort of brought up was that idea of mailers. Do you still do mailers?
No. I don't really do any promotion for myself anymore. I mean, aside from like kidlit art postcard, which was today.
Yep. Yep. It is. Got it in late, but I got it in.
You did? Did I like and share your post?
I don't know. To be honest, maybe. I don't know. I got it in so late. I took a nap today, and I woke up in a daze, and I don't really know what happened at that point. So, don't worry about it if you didn't.
Oh, no, I have to go and check later. Oh well.
But is that because your agent does a lot of it for you, or is that just something that you've transitioned away from? The idea of promoting?
Yeah, because like nowadays, like most of my work is like with publishers and through my agency.
Yeah.
So they, they periodically have promotions, or like not promotions, but like, they'll send out like stuff and they'll just ask us whether we have anything new to like send out to clients, and sometimes I give them something and sometimes I don't. And then yeah, I don't actually know how like my stuff is promoted, the stuff these days. During COVID, it was like not much point in like sending out stuff anyway, because like nobody was in the office.
No one wanted.
And even
no one wanted to touch that mail when it came in.
Yeah, and like I mean, to a degree, like it's not that people don't want to touch the mail, but like I think not everybody's back in the office anyway, so it's still a bit difficult to send out postcards and stuff, because you don't really know, the art director might not be in the office.
Yeah, I've been trying to get back in the habit, just because it's I feel like social media is fine, but it's also very flooded.
Yeah.
With people, and I thought I saw a post at one point. A friend of mine sent me a thing saying that art directors were looking for physical copies of postcards, so they have stuff to hang up and look at.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, I don't want to miss that opportunity. So I have done it. I have a batch I need to send out, actually, but I'm also still sort of questioning, like, is that, how much value is it in there? But at the same time, if you get one job out of a batch of postcards, like, it does kind of pay for itself. So it's not like it's a huge risk.
Definitely.
It's a matter of putting a list together. And
yeah, I'm just gonna use my hairdryer to like dry the stuff. So
go ahead.
It's gonna be a bit noisy.
Go ahead. We get to listen to a hairdryer. Weird. Kicking out the sound. That's fun.
Really?
Oh, it did for a second. Yeah, just sort of like it picked it up as background noise and it dropped it out. I normally use a hairdryer, but I don't use it on here because I use it a lot when I'm painting generally, and so like I've stopped using it on here, and I've in fact unplugged it. And then I have the challenge though of sometimes I just have to wait for stuff to dry. It's a pain.
Yeah. I'm very impatient when it comes to like, paint. Although now that I'm using gouache, like the gouache seems to be like ha 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 ha. It's like, you want me to dry fast? I will dry so fast. And it's like, wait, I'm not done with you yet. Oh god.
So yes, it's that the zinc oxide mix that gets it, and then all of a sudden it dries faster than any other paint that I know of. But I actually like that. I'm the type of person who wants my paint to dry so fast that I mean, partially because I'm also not a person who wants a really consistent color across it. I don't mind texture, so if it dries faster, I don't care about the wet edge. But I know that most people hate stuff to dry fast, and I'm like, I don't understand. I was asking my wife last night. We were watching an old show from England called The Next Great Portrait Artist or something like that.
Oh yeah.
It's like it's like the Great British Baking Show, but for art. And I told my wife, like, I see all these people and they're painting with oil, and I don't get it. I've never been able to understand oil, because like you just end up pushing around a bunch of wet paint the entire time. And I want my paint to dry so I can paint on top of it. But she tried to convince me that you can use turp and things of the sort, but I still don't believe it. It's also the one class I got a bad grade in, is oil painting.
Yeah, I could never. I've never really been a fan of like oil. You know, I don't really know how to like sculpt with like, you know, paint. A lot of, even when I'm painting, my paint is a lot of it is you know, really more like the colors there. The paint provides the color, but the it's like the dry media that provides the form.
The details and
Yeah.
the like all the yeah. I'm I'm of the same boat. Like it's there's those people, and I don't know if you're the same person. Like I'm watching you do some of the watercolor, and I feel like you're probably in the same boat as me. But there's some people who like try to get the most exact color and do all this
Oh yeah.
mixing, and then go put that color down, and it's like, yeah, it's great, it's beautiful, like it's the perfect color for that one little swatch.
Yeah.
But I am not the person that wants to take the time to figure out, is that the exact color I want? I'd rather just get stuff down and figure it out on the fly.
Yeah.
And so oil paint, anytime I did it, became brown. It was that
Yeah.
like with oil paint, you know how you like you clean up your palette at the end and you end
Yeah.
up with that grayish,
Yeah.
like muddy color.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much all my paintings probably ended up like that, just because I didn't know how to use it properly.
Yeah.
Are there paints, like obviously watercolor is probably your baby now, and digital. I mean, I know some of the books are done in Photoshop and things of the sort, but is there a go-to medium that you always use? Like
Always.
even the digital, is it fully digital, or are you actually doing some that's like bringing in textures and things with?
Oh, I mean, I guess the thing that I always use for work is Photoshop, because, you know, the whether it's digital or um, traditional, it needs to be touched up,
Yeah.
like fixed. Little things need to be changed and stuff. So, you know, Photoshop handles all of that for me, like the little things, putting it all together, touching up this and that, uh, joining the scans, um, and then for, you know, digital stuff, it's also like Photoshop, because I'm used to that, and it's more for my body. It's more ergonomically comfortable than using Procreate.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it so it's on a desktop, or is it on a laptop, or what are you?
Oh yeah, it's on my desktop.
Yeah.
My Photoshop is like, you know, on running off like my desktop, and it was a pretty powerful desktop, but like I haven't upgraded it in like a few years, so it's getting on in years. Probably could do. I was gonna upgrade it this year, but I was waiting for Windows 12.
Okay. I was just about to ask, are you a PC or Mac person? And partially just because I'm in the educational environment and everybody uses,
Mm-hmm.
for the
Yeah.
most part, that I forget that people use PCs.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the way you said that was that disappointment, or was that...
No, it's just, you know, I I think it's less now, but like especially, you know, I guess maybe because of tablets or something. But like, you know, they used to be when I was younger so much like, how can you use PC to like, you know, make art? And I'm like, I don't know, just like get like, you know, the right type of PC.
Yeah, something that's powerful enough, and you're good. Do you sketch digitally, or are you someone that sketches traditionally still?
These days, unless it's in this kind of sketchbook, yeah, it's all digital. It's just easier.
Just copy and paste. That's the
Sometimes it's copy and paste. Sometimes it's like, you know, more like undo. Undo is like the best.
okay. That's a. I mean, I work fully traditionally with the finished stuff, minus, like you said, like Photoshop touch-ups.
Mhm.
But I sketch completely digital, and it's because it's so much easier and faster that it just makes my life easier. If they ask for adjustments, it's not me having to get out a pencil and paper again. I can just go and,
Mm-hmm.
like you said, undo or go back on top of and move stuff around.
Yeah, I mean, like digital is for sketching. It just like makes it a lot faster, you know, the little tweaks to like transform or distort things. It's like, it's just a lot. I mean, I know I can do it traditionally. I've done it traditionally for many years,
Yeah.
and you know, my back paid for it.
Yep.
So yeah, I got legit excuse. It's like I don't want my back to go.
Is there have you seen any, because I've had people ask me in like mentorships and things of the sort
Mm-hmm.
about, you know, do people expect it to be digital nowadays? Do you find there are requests that make it advantageous to be digital, in the sense that like I've had people ask for layered files.
Mm-hmm.
I can give them somewhat a layered file, but you know, with if I do any touch-ups on top and things of the sort. But have you had requests that you look at and you go like, I'm glad I'm going digital? Or does it really matter to you and your work process?
These days, like not so much. When I was like younger and like in Singapore, then yeah, definitely the digital was like good because the clients there at the time, I don't know about now, but you know, they did want like a lot of small changes. And at the time I was also like working in Vector in like Illustrator. So what was the question?
Just the idea of like, have you seen requests or anything that make you go, I'm glad that I'm working digitally for the most part? You know, whether it be like color corrections or odds and ends like that.
Um, I mean, since I don't really like do most of the work traditionally, then you know, I mean, I'm glad that we have the software and I don't have to make the change traditionally, because I just do not want to like have to do things like, you know, cut out a sheet of paper and put it on top and try and like match the stuff, or like use like whiteout and stuff like that. It's like, I suppose I can, but it takes so long, and it's like, why? Why would I want to do that?
Just too much effort for you. Um,
Yeah.
it's funny because like it is an absolute pain to get into, or at least my experience is it's been an absolute pain to do edits if I have to do them traditionally, and that's where I'm willing to sacrifice. Let me back up. There's the type of artist who wants their finished piece to be the finished piece.
Mm-hmm.
And so like if they're doing it traditional, they're like, I will do everything to make this piece perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the person who goes, well, it was just the thing to get me to the point where I can edit it after the fact. And I'm that person most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if it's got an error here or there, I'm not going to make or break with that situation. But I do, every time that I've had to do something or I had to go back to the original, I absolutely hate it. I don't like having to retouch work.
Yeah.
Um,
Like I just wouldn't want to like retouch, you know, the actual, you know, traditional painting if I could help it. Like, you know, when I did like Love Violet and Going Up and stuff, you know, they all are painted for the most bit, and there were changes after the final art was submitted, but yeah, you know, I'm like, I'm not gonna go and, unless I really have to, I'm not gonna go and like paint anything at that point.
just the if it's, I'm trying to think of like, when's the last time I had to go back and paint something completely again over? I don't think I've really ever had to do that. Most of the time it's little small tweaks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, most of it's solved in the sketch stage to begin with.
Yeah.
But, so that shouldn't be as much of an issue. I see a former neighbor just joined us. I saw a thing that was a couple of questions way at the beginning of this that I want to make
Oh,
sure I get back to, because I forget all the time to watch what people ask.
okay. I'm sorry, I can't see my phone, so I can't see any
No,
like
you're
questions.
reliant on me, and it's
I
my
am.
fault. It's totally my fault. I know there was something about where was it? It was something about books. Favorite? No, it was. I'm trying to scroll. Oh, favorite book. So
Favorite book?
I'm gonna throw this two different directions. One, favorite kidlit,
Mm-hmm.
but then also favorite non-kidlit.
Oh, so like not books that I worked on, I guess, just like my favorite book per se.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it can be. How about okay? So let's make it three things: your favorite book that you worked on, your favorite book that you didn't work on, and then your favorite book that you that's outside of kidlit altogether. So like,
Mm.
you know, if it's a Fabio book, that's okay. I won't judge you. If it's something of that sort, uh, what what are those books that you're like, oh, these are the ones that I love so much?
Good question. Let's see. So, well, I think somebody just asked me this question about like favorite book that I've worked on, and I said that I don't really have a favorite book that I worked on, but I will say that like the Hug is the most special book that I worked on because, I wrote it, I illustrated it, and sadly at the end of it, my cat, who is the cat in the book, she passed away.
Yeah,
So,
there's
yeah, I mean, I always remember her when I see the book, so it's very bittersweet, and so it's like my most special book that way. Um, the favorite book that I didn't work on, I keep thinking, well, okay, children's book. The ones, let's see, what's outside. The stuff on my bookshelf is like the books that I like, the most. And I often will say that one of my favorite children's books that I didn't work on is I always forget the sequence of like the words. I think it's like Duck, the Tulip and Death by I forget who. It's a is it German again or something? It's a European children's book, and yeah, it's basically about a dog, and the dog makes. Have you read it?
no, I haven't read that one at all.
It's like about a dog that like meets death, and the dog is like afraid to die, and death kind of like is like, well, we don't have to like go now, so they have like a nice time just like playing and stuff like that, and then at the end of it, the dog is like tired, and so he lies down to take a nap, and then when he takes a nap, like death just gently carries him off. And
Interesting.
it's yeah, I mean it's not morbid or anything. I mean, I don't find it morbid, but
No,
it's a it's a very interesting, very European kind of like you know way to discuss or broach a topic of like mortality and like the meaning of life with young kids that I don't think you can do with picture books in published in like the US.
there is like a maturity. Oh well, I don't want to say that. Yeah, the U.S. doesn't have mature books of any sort, but I do think that there is a difference in how.
It's like the marketability factor definitely comes into
Yes,
play,
yes,
and like that's you know that is not like a number one bestseller topic around, which then my upcoming book also is more kind of like about death, so I'm like, yeah, that was not going to be a New York Times, no.
it's not a. Yeah, it's not one of those go-to subjects that everybody wants. All
Yeah,
the
no,
like number one bestseller.
yeah.
Uh, that just caught me off guard. The I mean, there's quite a few of them. There's I was saying to my wife, we were talking about artists that the other day, and there's an artist, I don't even know how to say his name 100%, but I want to say it's it's Serge,
Mm-hmm.
I think, and then Bloche, Serge Bloch. That's all I can guess. And I love his work, but he did a book that was about war.
Oh, okay.
And it was this
Yeah.
beautiful book with like when
Is it just titled War? Because I like that one as well.
I don't know off the top of my head. The thing that he did was like there'd be drawings of little guys that were dead, and then there would be band-aids. He would actually apply a band-aid to the art on
Okay.
top of them. And so he does a lot of like found object sort of imagery, and I really love that idea of him messing with the sort of playing around with the subject, which generally would be seen as like, yeah, you don't want to draw a thing about war for kids, especially for picture book range.
Yeah.
But the way he did it was so playful that it didn't really matter.
That's interesting.
The fact that he did the band-aids like made the book for me. So
I want to go and see that one then, because I do have another one that's also another European book that is about war, and it's just titled War, and it's a wordless, I think, picture book. Either it's wordless or has very few words, but anyway, the that one also is it's a picture book, and I suppose little kids can like look at it, but it's also like not really like, you know, a little kid book kind of thing. It's perfectly fine for like kids to like see, but it's not something that they would publish in North America, you know, as they would talk about things like death and war in a different way.
And it's interesting to me. Like I remember when I first wanted to get into kidlit, there was lots of me trying to figure out sort of like what kind of kidlit I wanted to do, and I always referenced that I like love European books. And what's funny is I immediately went towards like the classic like American, like here's cute and like saccharine sweet sort of things, but I still love that idea of the like non-traditional what do I say, like pressing the boundaries of what kidlit can get away with that some European publishers do, and I think you're right that it's about marketability. Like there's just certain things that won't sell as easily in the States or you know, in North America as it would in Europe. Also there's a lot more, like from my experience of talking with people, there's also a bigger difference in the amount of leeway that publishers give in other regions. You know, the idea of there's less oversight, essentially.
That probably is, and like, you know, it also depends on like which publisher from like which country we're talking about, you know. And like I think I was the one time I went to Bologna, there was a pavilion for like, I can't remember which country it was now, but it was I think it was an Eastern European country, like Lithuania or something. And they had like, I wanted to bring home some of the books, but they weren't giving them away. They had like the most interesting picture books, and I guess in terms of story, they probably were really interesting too, but I couldn't really read them because they were in like not in English. But the artwork in them was like really very interesting, and I'm sure because, you know, even though I couldn't read it, the way that the pictures were drawn, it's like a subject matter that, again, is not something that would be easily published here and distributed to like bookstores. Or
it would only be in the indie bookstores. It wouldn't be in the big ones.
That are I mean, even in Canada, you know, if you go to see some of the French stuff that they publish in, you know, the publishers in Quebec, occasionally they get translated into English, and some of the ones I remember seeing some over the years and thinking like, wow, this is like pretty cool and like, you know, kind of surreal or, you know, mature or something. But you don't tend to see the same thing for like the English market.
Do you are there books that you know, thinking about that idea of the books that push the boundaries of what a kidlit book can be? is there a type of book or a book that you've always wanted to work on that you just haven't had the chance to?
For kidlit?
Yeah.
Mm, um, I don't really think so. I mean, like if I had like the opportunity to do a non-conventional death book, that would also like be kind of fun. But like then it would probably also be like fun kind of like death. And it's like, no, I kind of. But all these books that I really admire, a lot of them are like, you know, they're very serious and stuff. And like I think I've come to the point whereby I just acknowledge just like the stuff that I do for kids. I mean, I do like muscle cats, you know, and stuff. It's like it's like fun and like kind of, you know, kind of silly. So I don't think it lends particularly well to like the kind of stories that I admire for their depth and brevity and, you know, stuff like that, and the meaning of like the universe and stuff. It's like, you know, I can do you a farting cat pretty well. We could do a farting cat story.
I think I've my agency just put out a thing. They're doing another what we call a lookbook
Oh yeah.
within their agency, and they asked me to fill out a little document of sort of what I'm interested in doing as, you know, not only the types of books that I like, but sort of could I put a summation on like the ultimate book for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think my statement was I'm a self-proclaimed idiot. What was it? Butts, boogers, and anything that will make a kid cackle in an inappropriate situation is right up my alley. Like that's, and as much as I want to be that smart, like do this beautiful book about you know, death or about you know, loss and whatnot. I know in reality, like, give me something that has yeah, like you said, like farts and something that is probably not something that your mother would be appreciative of some sort. Like those are the books that I should be doing, and I need to realize it more and more as time goes on that is like, that's who I am, and that's okay.
Yeah, it's kind of tough, you know, especially for it's been a particularly, I feel like that aspect has been like pretty tough for me to like, you know, get used to over the years of swallow, because like I always wanted to like, you know, well, I don't know why I've always wanted this, because like, you know, I wanted to like draw like, you know, muscly, you know, guys and like and busty ladies, which is not exactly the most like, you know, intellectual subject matter. But when I got into illustration, I wanted to like do the smarty stuff like for, you know, respectable what do you call that, magazines and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, as time has gone by and all, and like, yeah, that's just not, you know, even when I come up with like the odd like smarty idea, usually I'll just like write something dumb next to it, like you know, like hiccup or like some random Monty Python-esque kind of like thing, and then just make it funny because it just appeals to me more. And I'm like, well, you know what? There must be like some value in like the little funny stuff as well, because, you know,
It
like,
still sells. I mean, honestly, as much as I love those like really like smart books, I also know that they don't sell at the same level.
Yeah,
Something that's funny.
That's the other mercenary part of me that is like, well, you know, you can have like, it's like, which one do you want? Do you want like be able to pay your bills, or do you want the respect of like people that you don't even know? So it's like, yeah.
I'm gonna yeah, forfeit to bills pretty much every time. I need help from you. I still can't figure out what I want to do with cats.
Really? I thought we were doing like, you know, He-Man cat.
I mean, I can do a He-Man cat. I could do this. Maybe I'll do my version of a He-Man cat, which is maybe a little bit different than that. But I will do a He-Man cat that is.
I haven't seen what you're doing.
I've literally been cutting out shapes trying to figure out what I want to do, and I have not pinned it down yet.
Oh, well, let's see. I think I'm about done with this one. We could do a quicker piece. Maybe that's like I can probably hang around for another half hour and be like, oh, and since I said like, you know, cats and birds, maybe you can do a cat bird.
Yeah, I think I'll go like big buff cat for fun, just to be silly. I need to figure out how I'm gonna do it, because I need to draw muscles, and I got to cut them out is the challenge. How am I gonna cut out all these crazy muscles out of something like this? It's the challenge of some of these nights it's like super easy and I understand exactly what I want to do, and then there's other nights where I'm like tonight I'm struggling trying to figure out what I want to do with the cat. Okay, yeah, draw as many and as whatever makes sense to you, and I will keep trying to figure out what this is, and it may end up being something that bears fruit much later in the night for me. So tell me a little bit about sort of your intro into the kidlit world. Was it, I mean, obviously you got books and things of the sort. Was it agent first and then books? Was it books and then agents? What was the sort of go-to there?
So the very first, yeah, it's like really funny. So the very first picture book that I did was Julie Black Belt, and it's about a young Chinese American girl that wants to like learn kung fu.
Okay.
And so that really came from the publisher seeing a illustration that I had done for like a men's magazine in Singapore. Because we had like a series of like I don't know what it was, but like every month we had like a different illustrated like store pinup girl at the end, and like for that month maybe it was a horoscope, I'm not sure, but anyway that particular month there was like an Asian girl wearing a yellow jumpsuit, like, you know, the Bruce Lee jumpsuit.
Yep.
Yeah, so so the publisher saw that, and then he was like, you know, can you do something like that, but, you know, suitable for like little kids? And I was like thinking, like, how do you get that to, is it really connected? And I was like, sure, you know, job's a job. So I had never done a picture book before, and I was like, you know, looking. Well, I wasn't really looking to try anything new. It's more like at that point it was like, you know, with the move and whatnot, I just needed something to do. And I had been doing some things for like kids already, so I was like, yeah, okay, let's try this and see whether I even like doing picture books. And like, because I did it during the move and all, it took a really long time. I didn't know what I was doing and stuff. And after that, I was actually like, okay, I don't know how people do this. Is like, you know, a job. Like, I'm gonna go broke if I do.
Just because of the longevity and the like length of the project, or?
Yeah, I remember it took a really long time, but I don't know whether it took a long time because of the way that I was rendering things, or whether it took a long time because I didn't know what the heck I was doing, or what, you know. Like, I know these days it won't take that long. Like, it took like, I feel like it took like 9 months or something like that, but I probably wasn't working on it like, you know, for 9 months straight. So yeah, so I did that, and then I didn't want to like do books for quite some years afterwards. And then when I finally felt like doing it, you know, like maybe enough time had passed and I could give it another go, the publisher, actually, same publisher, got back to me and said like, do you want to do the sequel to the first book?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, you know, we can like try it again.
was that was the hesitation just on the fact of like I do I want to do this again, or was it the having to work on the same characters and
No,
like
I didn't have any problem with the characters and the story. I mean, I quite liked, the characters and the story. And at the time when it was being published, I think Julie Black Belt came out in two, 2008 maybe, and then the sequel was like 2013 or something like that. And at the time, it was still quite early days, and the mainstream publishers had not been really pushing any like characters of like Asian descent, my main characters.
okay.
So I kind of thought like it was, a nice book to like sort of like, contribute to that. And then later on, we started to see with, about the time when like Amy Wu was published, more, that past like 2015, I feel like there were more books that started to come out with like Asian characters or South Asian or stuff like that.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah, so yeah, I did the second book, and the second book, I guess maybe because I had some experience from the first book, it went a lot better, and I was like, okay, I kind of like feel like this is like much more doable than the first time around. But I think then after that, I also had some like life changes and changes with my agent at the time, and then I kind of like decided, yeah, you know what, I think I better specialize in children's stuff because that seems to be what I'm good at. And then that sort of then led to a publisher in Canada contacting me.
Which show was this? Was this
Inhabit.
Inhabit? Okay.
Yeah. So they're a specialty publisher that focuses on materials for the written by and for the Inuit communities up north.
Yep.
They're also quite, I think they're a bit different from like other publishers that specialize in Indigenous publishing, because they, at the time, they did want to like work with more illustrators from different backgrounds. So I, from the start, I told them, I was like, that I'm like from Singapore, right?
Yeah.
I don't have any Inuit,
Background.
yeah, like I'm not from that culture and stuff. And they were like, yeah, that's okay. We want to work with different people on the stories that are written by people that are from the culture, and we want to work with different artists on different things. So I was like, okay, that's the case. If everybody's happy, then like, okay. So yeah, I did like a bunch of books with them under their publishing division, and also the educational publishing arm that they have.
Do you get a lot of work specifically from Canada?
At the time, I think it was about 50-50.
Okay.
Now it's mostly with American publishers.
The reason I ask in particular is like I have my art agent is in Canada, and most of the work that I get from them is Canadian. And it just happens to be their clients are, they built up a large client list in Canada at the time. and then now they're starting to branch out into, or I shouldn't say now, but they had built up enough clients previously that sort of their wheelhouse for a long time. But I just didn't know if that was because my agent is there, or if that's because, you know, as much as it is just literally their client base physically was down the road from them or what have you. Who's your agent again? Remind me. I know I looked it up.
For my books, it's Tracy Marchini at Bookends.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
And have they been a? I mean, obviously, you're going to say yes. I was about to say, have they been a good agent for you? That'd be amazing if you just said no. Nah, kind of junk, actually, now that I think about it.
Well, I mean, you know the answer, so it's like,
yeah.
It's I mean, I mean, things have been like good between, you know, in terms of career. I think it's been great and lucrative for me. I won't lie, this, you know, the last few years have been the most productive and lucrative of my illustration career.
Yeah.
Consistently lucrative. The
Have you seen a drop off at all recently? Just because I mean, I know that there are a lot of people who are struggling to get
work.
kidlit work right now, just because there's a lot out there in the market already.
Yeah.
You run any sort?
Well, it's a bit hard to say for me because, like, you know, the deals that I'm working on right now, most of them were, you know, done like a year or two ago. You know how this industry goes.
Yep.
So if things are, you know, not the best right now, I'm not quite sure whether I'm affected by it or not, which is always at the top of my mind because it's like you know, publishing is this weird thing whereby if the tsunami hits, is like you don't get hit by it until 2 years later.
Yeah.
So at the moment, I'm not super worried because I have enough projects to keep me busy. But at the same time, being a freelance illustrator for so many years, I'm always worried because I also know that, you know, firstly, you know, things can be good for like one person and suck for another person. But the tables can turn really fast as well. And it's not uncommon to like go for a stretch where like nobody's hiring you for whatever reason. That said, I feel like the market in terms of acquisitions and all, it might be down. I was going to ask my agent about it actually. I haven't got around to asking her, but just looking at like Publishers Weekly announcements for the children's this year, it feels like I'm seeing fewer announcements, and you know the announcements are like YA, then MG, then PB, and yeah. So cumulatively, there seem to be less. I haven't like really tried to break down to see like where the lessening is, whether it's across all three like age ranges, or whether it's like I keep hearing that middle grade is like suffering a lot.
Give me 1 second here real quick. Hey, Lauren. I had a mishap here where I spilled paint on my shirt, and I don't want to run up if I can. Lauren, if you're listening, would you come down and get this shirt and wash it out really quickly for me? I'd greatly appreciate it. I had a fluorescent pink land on a relatively white button-up shirt that I just got.
Oh no!
And, yeah, and I'm afraid it's going to ruin it. So I don't know if she's listening. Hopefully she can make it down here soon. In the meantime, okay. So sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I wanted to get that out before it became a problem. So with the work that you do right now, primarily it's picture books. Now
Yep.
you did do that one that's the new one that you mentioned, which has that sort of early chapter
Mm-hmm.
side to it. Do you
Yep.
is there a preference in sort of the age range? Like, do you like working in that more of the sort of older audience side of things, or do you really love the picture book, or does it
I think I like.
really matter?
I think I like picture books. You know, the it's what I'm comfortable with, and I think that the humor that I do is um kind of like goes well with picture books, and the length of the book is um good.
Yeah,
Um, and in terms of like budget, it's like relative to work, it's also like kind of better. Um, the uh, the chapter book that I just did, it's a younger kind of chapter book, so it's still very much more or less visually in, like, I would say, an acceptable uh range for like picture book as well. Um, like it was similar with like Princess in Black, and you see the what Loon did with the illustrations. It's not like the kids are like middle grade, like like, I mean, they sort of could be, but then they're also drawn in a way that like they could skew a bit younger.
yeah.
Um,
Is, uh,
yeah.
with the did you find a difference in working like with the publisher in that type of book? I mean, obviously, like you had done enough picture books by that point, so it wasn't like it was uh, that would be a super new venture for you in the
Hmm.
sense of jumping into a picture book, but obviously doing something wherein you have lots of text on certain pages, uh,
Yeah.
whatnot. Did that create any sort of challenges
Not
for?
really, because I've done a lot of I come from a lot of doing a lot of educational books,
Okay.
and really, like, actually in education, it, sort of like the big challenge was actually just being like less literal and less stiff, because in education you want to like make sure the kids, it's very clear that they understand what's like going on and stuff, to like grasp whatever concept is being like taught.
Yeah.
So um I guess that kind of like format is kind of like, for me anyway, it feels like that kind of educational book where there's a whole bunch of illustrations that have to go and like you know carry this chapter and stuff. It feels like working on like the chapter books is a bit more like that, where it's um it relies on the in the pictures, but maybe not so much, because they're expected to like read the words as well.
Yeah, I mean, it feels to me always when I look at those kind of books that it's also a much more function oriented book in the sense of like, you know, a picture book is read by the adult
Mm-hmm.
for the most part to the kid until they hit a certain age, and then you get into those like chapter books and those early readers and things of the sort, and that sort of starts to shift, and so
Yeah.
there's a difference in how, especially in the word choice,
Mm-hmm.
to get that to work, but also in the idea of like the visual, if it can actually relay what's being written about, it makes it a whole lot easier for the kid to actually pick up on,
Yeah.
you know, what
And
word it is
think,
reading.
yeah, and I think that's the aspect that that I find similar to like the educational books, where there's a component of it that is, you know you do have to sort of like carry the story and help the understand that the reader is a young reader that's beginning to like read independently,
Yeah,
and the pictures are there to kind of like help them along with the enjoying the story on their own. So in picture books, since the adult is reading, and it's also, picture books are generally meant to be like read multiple times if they're good.
Yep.
So I think, I try harder to put in little things like, you know, little details, maybe not on every page, but like somewhere in the book that would be rewarding for a kid to like find, like as they go through the book on another reading.
So
So
I see a question here that I think might be beneficial for us to sort of jump to, because I think it's a good question, and I think can probably carry on into even a different sort of avenue for us, for people that haven't heard of it. So Kyle Bodette, who I don't know if you know Kyle Bodette. We were talking about potty humor a bit ago. Kyle that is his wheelhouse. If you've never seen his work, it is grotesque and hilarious, and something that many parents, I think, would go, I don't know if I want that in my house per se, because their kid would be making fart noises the entire time. But in all the best ways, Kyle, I love your work, and so more power to you. But Kyle wrote saying, what was your first children's book idea, and did you make it? And so I want to go back to sort of like the beginning of, because you've worked on a lot of books. Have you written any, or are they all illustrated and written by someone else?
I wrote Hug.
Okay.
That was not the first book that I wrote.
Okay. So let's go back to that point where it's the first book that you wrote. And was it good? What was it? Is it something that still is on the burner of sorts, waiting to be picked up by somebody?
I think the first book that I tried to write is like, it's never been, I don't think I even showed my agent. Can't even remember what it is, but like it's probably pretty bad somewhere. And I don't remember what it was. The first book or story that I remember trying to write was when I was doing my illustration. I did a few years ago. Well, actually, it was quite a few years ago now, maybe 2016 or so. I did an online, what they called a top-up degree for illustration. So they don't have it anymore. So I got really lucky. I just had to do the last year of like a 4-year degree program.
Okay.
So the final project of that, I said that I was going to do like a sample for a picture book, and I decided I may as well just like write out the whole story. So I wanted to draw birds, so the story was about birds and a bird that like didn't fit in with the other birds, and then like I think at the end, like I can't remember exactly how it ended, but that was like the first story that I remember actually like writing. But I don't think we ever tried. I might have showed it to my agent, but I don't think we tried shopping that. The first book that we tried shopping is still kind of like an on again, off again, relationship.
Yeah.
That one is a very loosely based story that's very loosely based on one of my grandmother's experiences during World War II.
Okay.
And it's actually not as dire as it sounds, because it's about kind of like how she used singing to kind of keep people's hopes up during a period of the war. And
was this a story that she relayed to you? Was this a story that that you sort of interpreted from conversations? How did it come to be in your possession of sorts?
So it's like the real story is that my grandparents were sent to a uh, a camp of sorts during World War II. Um, I guess it was kind of like an internment camp, and they it was it was kind of voluntary, but they were kind of tricked into like going there because they were told by the Japanese that they were. This is in Singapore, so the Japanese were like the invading country or people or whatever
Yeah.
you want to call it. So anyway, the Japanese occupiers said that they could go and voluntarily live in this uh, camp place, and they would be given like supplies and stuff like that. But then once they got there, they found that they were kind of stuck there and they weren't given like the stuff that they were promised. So
Hmm.
they kind of just like left it to languish. And but it, they would make do with like what they had, and one of the main things that they sort of like did for better or for worse is that they had parties there to try and like kind of keep their spirits up and stuff. And during that time my grandmother was singing with a band, so she was like one of the people that was like singing and entertaining people during this rough time. So yeah, I don't know. I can't even remember why I wanted to like write the story, but I figured like, you know, it was kind of like a story that probably people had not heard much about, even in Singapore.
Well, I
Mm,
mean, even the equivalent of there being a camp, like an internment camp.
mhm,
I'm so used to the sort of what happened in the States at the time,
mhm.
not realizing that it was another country. So, like as an educational book.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think there is an educational component to it, but it's also I didn't want it to be like straight up like nonfiction
oh,
or
of course, yeah.
something, because there's very little documentation about it. The I don't know whether like the Japanese kept records and they were destroyed or something, but a lot of the people that lived through the experience never wanted to talk about it, and their children, also didn't want to like bother their parents to like, record it down. It's only kind of like in recent, last 15 years or so that like some people started like pestering their like grandparents going like, please like tell me what
Yep.
happened so that we can like, you know, we can record it down for like future generations. And like some people have opened up with their experiences, and so some of it has been recorded down in some books and all, but these are not major books that are well known even in like Singapore.
It's horrible.
So
Horrible that they had to go through it, but at the same time, it was like such an interesting story that
yeah,
I could imagine it really turning into something interesting and very uh, not only like there's a way to, like you mentioned, that idea of like the non-history, or that doesn't need to be this like historical account, but there's a
hmm,
like translate that idea of surviving through and making the best of the situation that you're in,
yeah,
that is easily translatable to so many different things in both adults and kids lives. That I to me that sounds like it'd be a great thing. Is you said that one's still floating
yeah.
around?
It's still floating around in like one incarnation or other. It's somebody or
Yeah.
other because I think we had some interest and people liked it, but like as we were saying about the market here, like the marketing angle is just like really tough because it's like okay, it's like what exactly is it about, and it's taking place in in a war, which at the time when we shopped it, the current wars were like not going on, so like people were like, we don't really want to like talk about war with kids, unless we really have to, which, nowadays is like, well, now you have to.
Yeah.
And, it's also like, well, this takes place in a theater of war that is very unfamiliar to everybody, because people always think of like the European theater of war when you're talking about World War II.
Yep.
They vaguely know about, the war in Asia, but that's mostly like, Pearl Harbor, and that's not even really in Asia. But there's a lot that happened in Asian countries during that period. It also might be like, a sensitive topic, because it really is still a rather sensitive topic in Asia, talking about World War II and what happened there, and people don't want.
What was it? Just Oppenheimer just released in Japan.
Yeah.
Like there. I mean, I understand it's years and years after. I mean, we're talking what? That's almost 80 years post.
Yeah. I think culturally speaking, we are in Asia. We're not as open about discussing what happened as as people in other countries of the parts of the world were in discussing what happened in World War II. There's a lot of guilt and shame tied up in it as well. A lot of people that have like unknown parentage and stuff that were. This is getting very dark.
No, it's okay.
Conversation.
What's funny though is we're talking about the way that we talked about early on that certain books, especially in different regions of the world, have the ability to sort of translate heavy topics into a way that sort of makes sense to kids.
Yeah.
And I think that this is one of those subjects that, just on a pure I don't know much about it level, I'm interested in hearing more.
That's one of the things that I kind of get whenever I talk to people about this project. The adults that hear about it are very interested, and we have discussed maybe we can do this as a story that's for older children, or even tweens or teens or something, so that we can sort of talk about some of the darker aspects of of this, of maybe not the some of the violence, but the aspects of loneliness, starvation, being torn from your normal life and stuff like that. So yeah, there's been various interests along over the years in it, but nobody seems to really know what to do with it, or where it can actually live,
where it ends up. I mean, well, in some way though, looking at something do you know the book Journey?
Yeah.
I mean, that one's all about the Syrian refugees, and it's told in a really sort of you get it if you know what's going on, but if you don't, I mean, obviously there's most kids would probably read it and understand there's some context there, but for those of us who have lived through it, it really is poignant in a way. And I feel like something like what you're talking about could live in that same world of that, maybe it's done through metaphor or something of the sort, that gets it there. I see Kyle Bodette says picture books for adults should be a thing. At this point, I think there's plenty of picture books that are for adults that that I buy on the regular that are not for my son or for kids, that are purely just for me, in a way that is most of the time it's artistically. There's one that I have that's called I want to say it's called Seven Pablos. I don't remember if that's the one or not. There's one that's about a relationship with an old man, a kid having a relationship with an old man and flying pigeons, and the old man dies, and it's this big metaphor for life and things of the sort. And it's this really beautiful um, artistic moment, and it feels very much like something that you would find in a museum and not um, in a kidlit store. Let's put it that way. That really drew me to it. And I know it's intended for kids because it is truly a picture book, but just the way they approached it aesthetically was so different that it was really exciting, I think, for me to pick up that book because it was so like different than everything else that's sitting on my shelf. But there's a way to do it. I'm trying to think of I'm going to go back to Kyle's question because I know he asked sort of the first. I'm trying to think of what the first when I landed my agent. Well, wait. When you had some of these books, was that pre-agent the idea, or was that post-agent that you came up with the concepts for that one and the other?
Oh, I think the book with my grandma, that one was post-agent.
Okay.
I got my agent in a really weird, funny way.
Okay.
Well, it's funny to me, but my husband always is a bit sore about it. So the way I got my agent is I with coffee. Uh, so there was a one day writing thingy somewhere in Toronto, and I got an email last minute from somebody I knew saying we are looking for people to help volunteer at this event to manage it and help presenters um, you know, just manage things during the event.
Yeah.
So I was like looking at it and I saw like one of the agents that because my husband's an author as well, and he was looking for a new agent at the time. So I saw that one of the agents attending was one of the agents that he was trying to approach. So they had a open, what do you call those? Like an open critique session or meet, where you can talk to the agent for
Yep.
10 minutes or something. So I told him okay, why don't we go for this? I'll volunteer, and you can go and do the 1 day workshop thingy thing, and I'll go with you, so you won't be alone because he hates events. And I'll just volunteer there, and then afterwards we can just come home together, and it won't have to be this big scary thing. So he reluctantly said okay, fine. And so yeah, I ended up just volunteering. And during the portfolio review session, I just noticed that the agents were looking very tired, and for some reason there was no coffee being offered to them. So I just really felt sorry for them, and then there was the change of shift or something in the sessions. I just went to them and I just said whoever wants coffee, let me know. I'll go and get you some. So they said blah, blah, blah. And so I went to the Starbucks and I got everyone coffee. And when I came back, I gave everybody coffee. And when they were done with the portfolio reviews, it was the end of the day and stuff, and I just had my cards and all with me, and I was well, I got nothing to lose, so I'll just go and introduce myself and say hi. And so I just said, hi, I'm the person that got you coffee. And they were like, oh, thank God for the coffee. Thank you so much. And I was like, oh, cool. By the way, I'm an illustrator, and my husband, I'm just here with my husband and stuff. And do you mind if I give you my card, in case, I don't know, just in case, I don't even know what you guys do or, stuff. But books sometimes have pictures, right? So whatever. So I gave my card and they, took it. And then a couple of agents said, do you mind if we share this with our coworkers? And I was like, sure. I mean, whatever. And then, after that, I actually had two agents contact me and, said that they wanted to talk to me about, potentially doing stuff. The first one was, I can't remember which agency anymore, but she wanted to work with me on a pitch for one of her existing clients because they were trying to pitch an adaptation of a novel into a graphic novel.
Okay.
And I thought it was like kind of cool, but also I was like, I don't really want to like work on a graphic novel at this time anyway. And then the other person that contacted me was Tracy. And at the time she had just joined Bookends. She was just getting started on her full agent career. She'd already been a agent for some time, but I think I'm not sure how it works with agents. They sort of like start out as like junior agents and stuff. And so she was just getting started as a full agent over at Bookends. So I was actually kind of hesitant at first because I had also parted ways with my illustration agent not that long ago. So I was like not sure whether I wanted to get tied down with another agent so quickly. But we had a nice chat. And I was like, okay. She offered to represent me for books, and at the time I was like, well, I'm not really getting a hell out of books, so if you can get me book projects then that'd be great, but otherwise I'm keeping any other projects, illustration projects that come my way. And she said okay, and we kind of like went from there.
So that was part of your contract, is if you had like she would represent you on the kidlit side or on literature side, and then you got everything else on your own.
I mean, I also kept like the Canadian publisher that I was working before. That's on my house account. But she only reps me for book related work. Everything else I'm free to pursue on my own. But as time has rolled by, it's like, well, the book thing seems to be working out quite nicely for the last few years. So I really haven't been doing anything else but books. I don't have time, really.
No, this I mean, that the idea, or one of the reasons why I brought up that notion of what do I say, the idea that she only reps you on that kidlit side. I have lots of people that ask the question all the time about sort of how do people get reps and do those reps, like what are the rules of engagement? Because like in my case, I have a art rep and I have a literary rep, and my literary rep only reps kidlit, and so everything else falls in my art rep's lap. Let's put it that way. And for some people, they don't realize that that's even an option when it comes to agents. And so that's why I wanted that clarification. It doesn't sound that far-fetched. I mean, I like the idea of like, it tells everybody if they go to these events and they put out something that has, or if they spend the time doing something that is like getting coffee for people, like as silly as it sounds, that can actually be your in.
I mean, I wouldn't recommend people like joining every, thingy just so they can stalk agents for like, like I got you coffee, especially if they didn't ask for coffee. Please do not like go and be like, I heard this story was one time. It's like, no, it's like totally not a normal way to get an agent. And I was like not trying, really to get an agent. And, like my husband is like, yeah, well, you still got the agent. I'm like, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying.
Your husband, did he end up getting any of the agents that he wanted?
No.
Oh, okay.
He did eventually get a really good agent, but like, it wasn't one of the people that was at that event. He was like, I think he's not mad that I got an agent. He's more like, he was like, I didn't want to go to the event and hang out with all the scary people. And it was like a waste of my time. I'm like, I'm sorry, man. You know, oh, they were like, people say you should go to these events. It's like good for your career and stuff. It's like, so he's like, yeah, it's good for your career. I'm like, I'm sorry.
But what kind of stuff does your husband write?
Weird stuff. So he likes to write in multi-genre science fiction fantasy stuff. So like the book that actually got published is it's marketed as cyberpunk, but it's really, you know, the working title was Cyber Sorcery, which kind of ought to tell you everything that is the book is about. So it has like a combat mage that has like and there's a cyborg and there's a hacker and they're doing some kind of like heist thing. So I don't know. I didn't actually read the book because I was like something science fiction, not interested. But he's also written stuff with like vampires, and he's got one with like ghosts and like, you know, it's like a weird fantasy one that he's like just, you know, like waiting to like tidy up to give to his agent now. He's like probably one of the record holders for number of rejections, and I do not know how he manages to do this. Like I think at one point we tallied up the amount of rejections that he got, and it was like in the hundreds for like querying on agents. And then there's like the rejections for the manuscripts, which is another pile. And I'm like, I do not know how you handle this. And he's like, eh, just don't worry about it. And I'm like, every time I get a rejection, it's like, you know,
Stings. Yeah.
it feels like, I don't know how to even describe it. I told him earlier this year that I don't want to write stories that matter to me anymore, because it's like just too painful when something you deeply believe in doesn't come true. Well, I don't, maybe come true is not like the best way to describe it, but like it just hurts too much when you have something that means a lot to you that then, you know,
Goes nowhere.
yeah. And it's not so bad if it's like just a, you know, a fun little thing that you know, kind of thought it was like a neat idea, and if nobody thinks that it's, you know, that this silly story is worth publishing, then it's like, yeah, sure, okay, whatever, you know, there's another silly story like waiting to be told, I'm sure. But when it's, yeah, some kind of like cause or personal situation that means something to you, it can be very oh, here comes one of my cats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, the whole thing of like putting in hours and days and even months into just coming up with an idea and then to get it sort of poo-pooed in a matter of seconds by an
I think it's also like very invalidating because, you know, some stories are like extremely private or personal, and you know, when you get bad rejections where people are like, I don't get it, it's like, you know, like you feel it so personally, where it's like, you know, it's something you suspected your entire life that people don't get you, and then you try and like kind of like articulate it, and when people reject the story, they might be rejecting it because they don't understand it from a narrative point of view, but from you feel personally that they don't understand it because it's your fault for like not being understandable.
yeah, or that it's somehow it's a judgment on you and not the story itself.
Yeah.
That idea of like sending something out and putting all your faith in the fact that this is going to be the next big ticket or the next, you know, next paycheck or whatever it may be is such a dangerous thing. And I don't know if that's totally just a kidlit thing, but I think it's the idea of like freelance and speculative work is such a challenge. I see someone just asked, what am I doing? Quistwire works. I'm building a nighttime city scene. I decided what I wanted to do is a cat burglar of some sort.
Oh, cool.
And so I just, all of a sudden I was like, I want to do a city. And like, I know I was going to do a big muscly cat, but it changed. And so I started over. And as crazy as it may sound, right now I'm just literally building a city. That's what this is. And so I'm, there's not anything super critical to what's here yet. Eventually it will get there. But no, you do like your husband's writing though, right?
It's funny because like I don't read his writing anymore because it also hurts, you know. Like I don't know, maybe I'm just like being an overly sensitive person, but like I take his rejections like harder than he does. So when his you know, books, when I read the book and I like the book and I'm like, okay, you know, like maybe there's some parts are like a little bit, you know, like different from like the usual, you know, mainstream stuff and whatnot, but there's I see so much potential in his books, in his stories, probably because, you know, I also see a lot of potential in him. So when his books get rejected, I also, you know, I feel like, you know, it's invalidating to me because that's also a judgment on like, you know, his character or the way people, you know, society perceives him.
The good thing is that you get to be there to back them up though and be like, yeah, they're dumb, they don't get it. And he doesn't
Yeah.
have to sort of wallow in his own.
Well, the thing is that he doesn't wallow. He's just like, oh well, and I'm like, I'm the one that like would be like, you know, like upset about it for days and be like, oh, I'm so upset. Like your story didn't get like, you know, picked up, and he's like, why are you more sad about this than I am? And I'm like, I don't know. That's just how it is.
Well, it's someone who's attacking your loved one.
Sort of.
Not really,
It does.
but
It can feel that way.
yeah, someone who is not cherishing what you put on a pedestal.
Yeah.
I imagine, and I'm in an environment like my wife is an artist, not necessarily practicing today, but an artist, and but she is, you know, super supportive. But I imagine that being in an environment where you're both sort of vying for the same, you know, literary side can be very challenging, or could have the potential to be very sort of like challenging in the sense of like, well, you got something and I didn't, and then the next day it's, well, I got something and you didn't. But I imagine that also, like, none of that really matters in the end.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I mean, yeah, we never argue about it or anything, you know, like I think he gets like sad, like he literally gets, you know, his upset is like sad. It's not like, you know, I'm mad at you kind of thing. He never gets mad at me. It's I think it helps too that like I work, you know, exclusively in like kidlit, and the majority of his stuff, the things that he really cares about is like all adult science fiction fantasy. So there's no direct competition that way. I am never going to write, you know, a 300-page science fiction fantasy novel.
You say that now, but you know, 10 years down the line.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I'm sure it won't be the, you know, it definitely won't be science fiction. I just have no interest in that.
Is that so? Are you calling your husband a nerd? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, he's not a nerd. He's like a huge geek, but he's not a nerd.
Okay. And geek is somehow better than nerd?
Yeah, I think.
You know, there's I don't know. I feel like Yeah, I'm a geek. Well, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like which one have I heard in pop culture being like more.
Well,
Uh,
he plays a lot of video games, a lot. So, you know, his morning routine is like kind of like cycling through 4 games. So I'm like, okay, well, whatever. When sometimes I like watching him play, certain
yeah.
games. Sometimes I like play along or like, kind of like be like backseat, like, gamer and be like, go over here, go over there. It's like, do that thing where you like do the flip thing and poke the knife in the back thing and stuff. I'm like, why aren't you doing that combo? It's like, you're only doing the basic combo. And it's like, this. And he's like, yeah, it's really hard to do the other combo. And I'm like, well, just, get better at it.
What game is it that he's playing though? Is it a complicated game?
Let's see. Right now, he's playing. First game that he plays in the morning is some kind of like meditation software. It's actually meditation software. Then he's playing PowerWasher, where you actually just use a power washer to like clean stuff. And then it's like I think the remake of Persona 3. Then after that, it's Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth.
Okay, I think you are allowed 100% to make fun of him for playing PowerWasher. I think that one is
You know what?
that's
I actually
on his part to partake in that.
I actually wanted to play PowerWasher with him.
You just wash stuff?
Yeah, you get like, you wash stuff and like you get paid for like, in the game you get like paid for like every item that you wash, I think. And I don't know, it's just something weirdly satisfying about like just using this power washer to like wash off all the crime. I don't know.
Okay. It's I'm questioning your sanity at this point now. You have made me question it all.
You should try it. It might be, strangely addictive.
I mean, I have played a game where you're supposed to mow a lawn, and I've played a game that had I'm trying to think of all the different simulators. The goat simulator, I played
yeah,
for a hot second, and I am toast. So it's not that I'm uncultured, but power washing does not sound like the most rewarding.
It's probably because neither of us has actually used the power washer in like real life, so it kind of like is this fantastical, like, wow,
Yeah.
trippy kind of like cool thing. If either of us had to actually go and like power wash our real house, it'd be like, okay, let's like never do this again.
Is he listening right now?
Might be. I don't know.
He's in the background crying because we're making fun of power. No, I'm making fun of power washing. You're not. On the other hand, have questions, lots and lots of questions. Does as long as it doesn't show up in as long as he doesn't start writing power washing fiction, that's
You know what? If people are gonna like, people pay money for this game. A lot of people pay money for this game. So if they're gonna pay money for a power washing novel, I am totally fine with him writing the power washing novel.
Now, when you say a lot of people buy this game, give me an estimate. I imagine there's like four people that buy a power washing game.
I don't have access to my computer right now, but I probably could like. I mean, the thing has like, it has a free pack where you can clean like stuff from Tomb Raider, and then there's a paid pack where you can clean stuff from Warhammer. So people are paying money to like get these add-ons. They don't do add-ons for like games that don't sell. So yeah.
All right,
You never
all right. I'll pretend for now that that's
see in the next few years there will be like this huge, like, you know, novel success, not by my husband, but by somebody else. There will be like some kind of like thriller power washer thing, and everybody will be like, but why? And it'll be like, you know, Twilight all over again, whereby everybody will be like, I would never read this. But it's like, well, if you're not reading it, somebody else is, because those sales numbers.
Oh man! All of a sudden, I got really, really thirsty. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do these buildings here. With your work that you do, what kind of schedule do you keep?
Whatever schedule I want, I guess. You know, my time is not really dictated by the usual. My time is dictated by like, when's the deadline for this, when's the deadline for that.
Yeah.
But I guess on a daily basis, I sort of like get up at like, what the time do I get out? The alarm goes off at 11. I don't think I get out of bed until like, you know, noon.
Wait, what time are you going to bed though?
Going to bed today, probably around 3.
Okay, so you just have a shift in your schedule. It's not that you're going to bed at like 8 at night and then waking up at noon.
Oh no. I mean, I used to do that when I was like younger, but I'm too old for that now.
Yeah, you're a night owl now.
I mean, I've always been a night owl, but we used to have a very weird schedule when we lived in Singapore, and we called it the Martian schedule because it was like kind of having like 25-hour days. So like every day we would get up like an hour later. So you know, eventually you'd get like one day you'd get up at like, you know, you'd get up at 4 p.m. Then after that you get up at 5 p.m. and then so on and so forth. And then eventually you'd be like, now I'm getting up at like 3 a.m. Then it's like, oh, now I'm getting up at 8 a.m. like normal people.
Yeah. You just you lapped them. You went all the way around.
Yeah. So that was a pretty bad, you know, schedule really, because it was like it's always changing and like it's just a big headache.
I've gotten in the bad habit of we don't go to bed until it's 1 or 2 in the morning, but I also get up most mornings at about 6:30. So I'm now I do get naps periodically, so that's at least helpful, but it's still, you know, taxing over time.
Yeah.
Thus today, a nap, I slept way longer than I was supposed to. Partially because and so I just had no clue what time it was.
So like what's the average number of hours you get per night then?
Straight average probably around I'm gonna guess 4, and then I will get naps periodically that are built into that. So it's, you know, it's 4 on a straight, but then I might get another like couple hours nap later.
Do you like that?
Not of any sort, but that's just the way it is. So I eventually find out that my body says, no, you gotta sleep longer when I fall asleep on the sofa, or when you know, I sleep past my alarm, those kind of things. But no, it's not my preferred method. I see my friend Susie Garamani is on, and she just said that sounds rough but also relatable. I used to be so much better with bedtime than where I am now. I think honestly it's the pandemic.
Really?
The pandemic. Yeah, we got off schedule wise because we didn't have, or at least I didn't have to drive in to school. So there was a lot less sort of like stuff I had to do in the morning. Let's put it that way. And now that we're back to a normal or a semi-normal schedule of things to do in life, we have not adjusted our clocks as well as we should have. And so we're fighting it in that sense. I'm trying to, still haven't figured out exactly what I'm doing with this piece, but I'm getting there. I'm getting buildings in. My wife says, I fall asleep on the sofa most every night. That is very true. I not only do I fall asleep, but I fall asleep hard. Uh, I I fall asleep to the point where it's very hard to get me to wake up after the
Hmm.
like go up to bed. Not something that's very common, and my wife has to put up with lots of snoring on my part. Um, what was I going to say? There was something else I was going to say, and I can't remember what it was. Doesn't matter. So tell me a little bit about sort of hopes and dreams for said future. What are the things you want to work on? What are the things that you know you would like to accomplish over the? Oh, my wife just said lots of snoring. She's got to stop. I'm gonna start telling all the stories about her just farting nonstop every night. No, okay, tell me about your hopes and dreams. What's the goal down the line?
Uh,
What are people saying about you and your work? Are you still laughing about my wife farting?
no, because I have like IBS and I'm like I can relate, and it's like yeah, it's like hopes and dreams. Like yeah, I hope that my IBS goes away and I don't have to like do that all night either.
Yeah, there you go. I feel like what's funny is like my son. Do you have kids?
No, I
So
have cats. I have like my cat kids.
okay. My son is at the age where like uh, he's 10 now, and he's about to go into middle school. And middle school is a rough age for
Mm-hmm.
a lot of transition in sort of personality and self and whatnot. And I'm very like cognizant of like how much he doesn't care about things that I care about in life.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes he doesn't care about combing his hair in the morning, and I'm like, you got to comb your hair, buddy, and he's like, I don't care. But at the same time, I've also gotten to the point where like I'm sure he's in school, and if someone farts, it's like a giggle, and it will ruin their life for the next 5 years. But then now you get to a point where you're old enough, and you're just like, yeah, uh, like that's part of who I am now. I got IBS, or I got I can't have onions after 10 o'clock at night because or else kind of thing.
Yep.
My wife says she hopes everyone realizes that I'm making up the farting thing. Let's Lauren, you wish it is just the only reason why I'm snoring is to get you back. um I don't know, have you ever tuned into one of these late at night where like the guest has jumped off and it's just me talking?
I don't usually. I think I might have. I tried watching once, and then I was like, I don't know what's happening. And I was like, I'm scared.
And what
Were you talking to
Yeah,
yourself?
well, one of the wild nights when the guest leaves, it's
Mm-hmm.
generally me talking to the audience, and
Mm-hmm.
um, what happens is I tend to turn on my wife and just start making fun of her for the night, and she's always the butt of all the jokes uh,
Aw.
on my part, which love. Um, but yeah, if you tune in late at night, you get to hear me like just constantly make silly jokes about stuff like that, and she always is worried that people think it's real, but she's a lovely wife, a lovely um and just every once in a while she's noisy late at night. Okay, sorry, I'm getting off on a topic. Okay, so let's go back to art real quick, and I want to touch on one thing. I know that you said you had to duck out at a certain point, and I know we've gone way past it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to broach the subject on style,
Mm.
and how did you come to the style that you do now, or whatever, however you want to call it,
Mm.
either word style or something else. And
Mm.
is there something that you think is distinctly yours that you pride yourself on?
Um, well, for the first question, I guess the way that um, I think my style has changed. over the years. It's funny because I think it's changed, but it's also quite recognizable if you know what you're looking for. Um, so, I think it has changed, and it's changed by necessity and also by, just personal preference and doing stuff. Like the way that I'm painting right now is just, the way that I paint. I've never really, taken any formal watercolor painting lessons. I've never really even watched like much YouTube or anything about it. It's just very like dumbly doing it on and off for like 10 years and just getting used to the way that I do things, which is kind of like my preferred, way of doing things.
Yeah.
Just sort of like muck away at it for as long as for a long time, and then it just sort of becomes my thing. But other things have kind of like been necessary or like more intentional changes, like when I first when I was like earlier in my picture book career, I think um I had a chat with like Giuseppe Castellano, I think, before um before everything happened with him.
Yeah.
But he was very nice when we spoke. And at the time, we discussed my portfolio at the time, and he showed me some pieces or recent books that had been published by, I think he was with Penguin at the time. And he kind of said like, well, you don't have to change your style like completely, but there's, I was doing a lot more vector art at the time, and he was like, well, you see this other person's work is like similar. It's kind of like, hard edge, but they, kind of like offset it with like more texture and it's like little less rougher edges, and that kind of like helps to like make it more in line with like what picture books want. Yeah, so I thought that was helpful, and I kept that in mind, and I tried to like modify what I did along those specific pointers, and I think it worked. So that was a change to that style that I wouldn't have like done on my own. But then there are other things like, yeah, the way, painting with watercolor, now teaching myself gouache and stuff that is just sort of like just natural evolution over time, and just like I don't know what the heck I'm doing, just like just try and see.
Play. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things where like some people are very cognizant of what their style is and
Mm-hmm.
aggressively, and then some of us, and I would put myself in that ballpark of just like it. There are things that I naturally gravitate towards,
Yeah.
and no matter how much I try to force it, they just
Yeah, and oh yeah, before I forget, like, in terms of styles, like, I have an entire like, alt account with like my other styles.
Oh, I didn't know that.
What? You didn't know about my Signet account?
No.
I think it's a whole different, thing. It's like my style for like drawing, like, like it, well, I guess it's not like Frazetta because like I never learned to like do that, but it's stuff that I would have liked to like do. So it's got more, like I just do like my elves and stuff there. It's more like inky sort of lines.
What's the handle?
Signin. On Instagram, it's like SYGNINX, but everywhere else it's just SYGNIN. Everybody thinks it's sign in, but it's not sign in. It's supposed to be Sigyn. Sigyn is named after Loki's second wife, who's the spelling is wrong because that was taken. So yeah, for 20 years that has been like my my handle
No,
website thing.
wait. You were saying that you don't like. Hold on. I'm gonna play lawyer here for a second. You were saying earlier in the night about your husband that the fantasy stuff you don't get,
Mm-hmm.
and what you're big into Conan uh, and Marvel and those odds and ends. So which is it?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta pick and choose. You can't have both.
I don't like science fiction. I don't like, like robots and spaceships, but I like fantasy a lot.
Oh, okay. You have your line.
Yeah.
So you don't like Star Trek? You don't like Star Wars?
Not really. I mean, like I have watched them and I have, enjoyed them, but if it were, me on my own, I probably just watch like, Conan over and over again.
What now how do you feel about Red Sonja?
Yeah, I like Red Sonja. I mean, when I was younger, it was like, I mean, when I said that I like Conan, it really I meant that. What I liked in the Conan book, that particular Conan book, was Red Sonja and Valeria.
Yeah.
And Conan was cool, but Conan was not what was really like, attractive to me. It was like Red Sonja and Valeria that were attractive in the sense that they were like strong female characters that were in that particular story. It was drawn by Ernie Chan. I will always remember that. Great artist. And I can't remember exactly what the story was, but like I don't know, they were like somebody got captured and somebody was fighting, and like the girls were holding their own in the fights, and I just found that like very cool at the time. And I was like probably like 8, 9 years old, so that seemed in the 80s, so that seemed pretty cool to me at the time. This was also the height of like Madonna and stuff, so that whole that whole version of like strong female character, which is really not possible right now. But that was what it was in the 80s.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I brought up Red Sonja in particular is like that's my introduction to Conan. I don't know as I said Conan, not Conan, but I didn't. I don't know if it was just because of sort of the environment I was in or whatnot, but it wasn't. Conan the Barbarian was not known to me until I saw Red Sonja, and then I'm like, oh, now I know all these other versions that are out there. But it was like that was the movie that I grew up with, and that was the one that I loved when I was younger, in particular, just because of not because of Red Sonja, just in general, but that was like the first fantasy sort of thing that I got. I think
I don't. I've watched the movie, but it's like I don't recall it as much as the Conan movies. And now was that like Bridget Nielsen in the Red Sonja movies?
I don't remember. It might have been, yeah. May have been, yes.
Oh,
I think you're right.
I have to go and ask my husband whether Red Sonja is like on one of our streaming services, because it is. I wouldn't mind watching it again.
So do you like shows or the movies like Kroll? And
I know that I've watched Krull at least like once. I didn't watch a lot in the 80s, but like I know I have seen it. I cannot remember much of it other than the main picture of the guy holding the thingy thing.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, that three-pointed.
Yeah.
Whatever that was.
Like the throwy chakra thing that like Xena was like similar to like what Xena threw, but it was like a pointy 3-pointed star thingy, like giant ninja stuff.
Yeah. That's all that. I mean, I don't even remember the movie all that much beyond it had that and it had a Cyclops. That's all I remember from it. I'm sure there's more to it than that, and there's going to be someone out there going like, "How dare you? You missed the whole point of that movie." But I just remember the Cyclops bit of it and that 3-pointed thing. And at some point, I should go back and rewatch that one.
Yeah. There are a lot of I think I was watching a YouTube video of it recently, and like I was like, wow, there were actually a lot more sword and sorcery kind of like movies in the 80s that I didn't know about. I guess they all came out because of like the success of like the Conan movie, and they were all kind of like, you know, these like B movies and stuff. But like there's actually more than you know, just like Conan and Krull and stuff.
There's I mean, there were the popular ones, and obviously like um, Legend and
Hmm.
things along that lines. But
Yeah.
O2 was the ones. It basically became, what does my brother watch, and then I have to watch the same thing. You know, just by being in the room, I didn't have a choice,
Hmm.
or he would beat me up. Um, he would find a way to make sure that we were watching the one he wanted, and so I got
Yeah.
fascinated.
I think I think in Singapore we didn't actually have a lot of the other movies, probably because, well, they were not that popular, and also we had very heavy censorship laws at the time. We still do. Um, and so, you know, like the version of Conan that I saw was heavily censored. So like when I saw it as an adult in Canada, I think I was like, I don't remember that scene. And my husband was like, I don't think you ever seen like the orgy scene. And I was like, yeah, or he mentioned that. I was like, there was that in like Conan. I don't remember it. It was like, yeah, like I think they took that out in the Singapore version. I was like, yeah, because I remember in movies when I was a kid, like in Predator or something like that, where like, you know, somebody gets like decapitated and whatnot. They were just cut before the the
Yeah,
violence happened, and then it would be like, what happened? I think something bad happened, but I don't know what happened. I guess the guy's dead now.
yeah. Just all of a sudden it cuts to now. Would it show things like in Predator? Would it show like a skull or anything after the fact, or was it always?
I think the part where like, you know, Predator is like holding the skulls that and cleaning them,
Yeah.
that part was shown. But the part where, okay, spoiler in case for some reason somebody has not seen Predator, spoiler, like the part where what
Said it's about an alien. It's like, yeah,
yeah, so it's like a bad hunty alien that like kills people. So he at one point there's a scene whereby he the predator is in a tree and he like rips off the head of like a dead soldier, and it's like the head and the spinal cord, and he holds it up. It's kind of a long shot, but I think that scene was like probably cut from the version that they had in Singapore. So like, yeah, the part where he's cleaning the skulls, and the part where he fights with like Arnie at the end, that was like okay, but like the more visceral stuff was like cut out.
I just like the idea that the version that you watched was like 10 minutes long. Uh, they cut out everything, and there's like, I didn't realize there was a movie. I just thought it was a TV show.
There were some movies that were, you know, a lot shorter because of all the censorship, and also like a lot less clear as to like what was going on, because it was like, yeah, you know, either suddenly like somebody is like, you know, dead, or suddenly it's like some people are like together, then like, you know, suddenly it's the next morning and it's like, did something happen? You know, like, and then stuff happened in the meantime.
the Yeah, they fall in love, and all of a sudden there's a baby. And
Yeah, kind of thing. It's like, what happened?
is there are there movies and stuff that you I mean, obviously, like coming over, I assume all the stuff was translated.
I mean, everything in English stayed in English.
Oh, okay.
Generally, generally Singapore, you know, speaks English. We had like Chinese movies from like Hong Kong and stuff, and some of those were, I think some of those were translated because they were originally in Cantonese, but in Singapore we only had like Mandarin, so those were like translated into Mandarin. But the English movies all were just English because everybody just could understand them.
Yeah. I just I was wondering about sort of like the idea of seeing them in a different country than seeing them here, beyond just like the
Mhm.
censorship. I can't even say the word censorship. There we go. Was there other differences that you saw?
Um, Not that I knew of. I mean, it was mainly the censorship thing. I don't think they really changed anything else. If there were subtitles, then yeah, the subtitles were like different, like Chinese or Malay or Tamil, depending on like I don't even know whether they subtitled um they probably did not subtitle every movie in all four languages. Singapore has like officially four official languages, but I don't think we are required to um, subtitle everything in all four languages.
How is that? I mean, you said it was about the size of Toronto.
Yeah, Greater Toronto.
That's got to be hard though, to have that many different languages and be able to sort of move. I mean, does everybody know all four languages then?
No, nobody knows. Well, except maybe the prime minister. Like nobody's expected to know all four languages. Most people speak English, so that's kind of like the main language of conversation.
Yeah.
The population is like 70% or something Chinese, or, people of Chinese descent one way or another.
Okay.
So it's very skewed towards English and Chinese, and the other two languages are Malay and Tamil. But yeah, in the past, I think more people were kind of like multilingual, if not fluently so, but because before they standardized it for Mandarin, there were a lot of different Chinese dialects. So you had much more variety with like Chinese people who spoke like Cantonese, and you had Chinese people who spoke like Hokkien or Teochew or Hakka or something like that, different dialects. And so in my mom's time and stuff, a lot of people could had this pidgin sort of like language that had Malay and some kind of like Chinese dialect with some English kind of rolled in together, and that's kind of how the people sort of like managed to understand one another. But by the time I was a kid, the school system had become pretty standardized, and everything was English.
Yeah.
English had been like the first language for a generation.
What
So
when you
yeah.
When you came over to Canada, did you have to learn? I mean, I don't think of Toronto doesn't have a big French population, does it?
I have no idea, really. But I wasn't required to learn French to come to Canada. No.
Okay.
If I was required to learn French, I probably would have not been able to come to Canada.
Want to have come. Yeah.
Yeah.
No one should have to learn that language. No. I tried to learn French. I don't get it.
Yeah. I mean, it's one reason why I don't move to Quebec, because Quebec has, I mean, they say that you can live in Montreal fine without French, but I worry about the accessing like the doctor and other important services, that when I'm sure that they could speak to me in English as well, but when most people are proficient in like a language that you don't speak, it makes it a little bit difficult. So I know that I am very bad with languages, so I can't learn French. So yeah, it's just easier for me to like stay in Ontario or BC or something.
Yeah, it's there was a time where I was in Ottawa with my wife, and we were walking. We were at a animation festival that was there, and I remember walking across some bridge, and we were just walking, and eventually thought we'd go to a restaurant, and didn't realize that we had crossed over into like the French section.
Yeah.
It was sort of shocking because like all of a sudden it went from like everybody speaking English to everybody speaking French, and obviously they accommodated. There was no issue there. They found out like we don't know French. We were fine, but for us it was kind of shocking because it was literally just like you crossed a bridge, and then all of a sudden there was a whole nother.
Yeah, because Ottawa's like right on the border with Ontario and Quebec,
Yes.
so you can go across a bridge and be in Quebec, and everything there is like French first. So, yeah, it's not illegal or anything to like go over the bridge without like your passport or something. But yeah, once you get on the other side of the bridge, then it's kind of reverse. Everything is like the French is just the first thing. And I think recently they have implemented more French advocacy sort of like language initiatives. So there's in Quebec there's just a lot more emphasis on like communicating in French right now, which I mean it's their thing, but I don't know how to speak French, so it would make my life very difficult.
Yep. I was very lucky when I went over to France that most everybody there spoke English. Every once in a while I'd get someone that like came up to me on the street and asked me something in French, and I just had to they would finally catch on when I gave a really dumbfounded look of just like, I have no idea what you're saying, buddy. And they'd go, oh, English, and then they would ask me whatever it was in English. But I have never been one to learn other languages altogether. Just not my thing. All right, so do you still speak any of the languages from your home country, or is it sort of?
I mean, I always spoke English mostly, so my Chinese is like so bad that I failed, in school for like 10 years. It was like really bad. So yeah, I mean, I could speak really bad Chinese a little bit when I moved over here, but over the years, just not speaking it to anyone at all for like great periods of times. Yeah, I just sort of like don't really no. I know I had one Chinese exam when I was a kid, and like during that exam I forgot how to write my name on the paper in Chinese, and I was like, God damn it.
You fail right off the bat. You didn't that like the one where it's you will I forget how for ACTs and SATs in the States where it's like you will get a certain amount of points just for filling out your name.
Really?
And you
wow.
It's some silly thing that they always say as like a quote, like you'll get 10 points automatically if you just put your name on the document, and you didn't even come close. Is there with the idea of having though an experience from another country, do you feel any pressure? Because I know there's people that like in the industry of kidlit, they're always looking for like, tell us your tale from a a different tale than the standard like white American author. And I know that I've talked to people in the past that have said things like they don't like the fact that they've been put sort of or that has become they don't want to be a spokesperson half of an entire culture. Have you seen any of that in your experience? Like going like, I'm coming to you just because you have a background that's from another country.
I don't think I experienced that overtly, but I think that I do wonder how much my I let's put it this way. I have no doubt that like me being an Asian person like contributes to some of like the work that I do. I am not sure how much being an Asian immigrant has, an impact on what I do one way or the other. I, you know, I think most of the time people don't really, I think a lot of people just assume that I'm like Asian American or Asian Canadian in the sense that like I was like, born and raised here. And I think that's not accurate because the experiences of growing up in Asia and growing up here are very different.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and um, I mean, the second book that I'm working on now that's coming out next year, it's about my aunt and who passed away and does in Singapore. So in a way, I do feel maybe that's a little bit also that whole tell us your tragedy kind of like trope that a lot of immigrant and BIPOC uh, creators kind of like have to like
Yeah.
handle. But I'm not sure whether that that this was a coincidence or whether that is the case because we shopped like some other things before that as well. And I mean, the one with my grandmother is also kind of like that's literally like my grandmother tragedy story. It's maybe it's not super tragic in the sense nothing really bad happened in that one, but it's still my grandmother in the war, and like that's not exactly a happy fun times. So that one didn't sell and hasn't sold yet, and that so you'd think that would like if it was all really like tell us your tragic like immigrant story, then that one was like
Right.
pretty good for like checking off the trauma meter.
Trauma meter. It checked all the right boxes.
Sometimes it does feel that way, like there's like some kind of like for whether you're and identify as like a minority or a LGBT. Sometimes it does feel like there's like a certain kind of like hidden trauma meter that like that is like oh yeah, it has to be like this trauma in order to like be like to
Be about.
worth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just
And
I don't like the idea that it puts a pressure on someone to somehow like the person I remember talking to. I think it was Hatam Ali that I was talking to about that, and one of the things that he was saying is just that like he just wants to work on fun stories, and like why does it always have to be this, or why does the first thing that people come to that situation tend to connect with very quickly, like how are you different, and you tell that as a story, like instead of just make sure that your characters are representative of your background and things of the sort, versus like you have to tell this tale.
yeah, and as as an immigrant from like a country that is like in many ways more like technologically like forward than Canada, I'm like I don't even know what kind of story you want me to tell because like in my country where I come from, I am part of what is considered the dominant majority. I am it's a very different dynamic, and like my country is like got like all this like new stuff, and everybody's car is like brand new. And like the GDP of like the country is really high, so I'm not sure what kind of trauma story you want me to tell it in a contemporary context anyway, because like it don't gel up with what people want to like read as like the sad immigrant story.
Yeah. It's,
Because it like contemporary Singapore is like it's pretty good. I mean, yes, there's like obviously like talking about my aunt passing away and all. There's a personal sadness to it, but like in other circumstances, it's like no. And I think even for people that come from places that maybe are not so economically, well off. It's kind of like there's many aspects to life in another place that are still rich and just fun and stuff that don't get uh as acquired, because like maybe the audience is just not ready or interested in that, and like people prefer to like read a narrative of like, oh, there was like, this is like your sadness from like wherever, and that's why, I mean, um maybe not directly but indirectly inferring like, oh, and things are better here now or something like that. I don't know, I mean, I think people always have, no matter where they are, they have an interest in like the other, and you will always be the other to that dominant group.
I mean,
But that
I was gonna say it's sort of the equivalent of like, and I hate the idea that this is how it sort of boils down, but my assumption is that some of that also can be chalked up to this like savior moment, like we are the ones that are going to tell this tale and we should get credit for telling it even though it's not their story.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really comes down to, in terms of marketing again, like primarily it's a marketing thing. Like what is like easier to sell, and like the audience around here have long been, sold stories whereby, they're the dominant culture is like in charge, and you know, sort of like
Oh, I think the audio cut out. Sort of like, that's what I heard.
oh wait, I think it's because my phone battery is like going low.
Oh, okay.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, I probably should wrap up soon anyway because it's probably dinner time for me. But yeah, I mean, what was I saying? Like, I think that wherever you go, there's going to be a dominant culture, and the dominant culture wants to like see itself in one way and wants to see the other in another way. And while it's definitely better for to not see the other as a generally negative thing and be scared of like them. I was like, oh, these people are coming to like take away our this, that, and the other thing. At the same time, the alternative tends to be like, well, let's view these people sympathetically because they lack this, that, and the other thing, and then that subconsciously translates to, and that's why we are better off when we are better than them, because why else would they come here?
Well,
so
remind me, Singapore, when you said that like tech wise,
mm-hmm.
Singapore, I know there's a couple countries in Asia in particular where like they have the highest speed internet ever. Is Singapore one of those, or is
I'm not sure what the speeds are in Singapore at the moment. I'm sure that there are places within Singapore that have like really high speeds. It might be Korea that has like the best internet, considering how much like they play like games and stuff.
I mean, I know Korea does. I just didn't know if Singapore was one of those ones too, where it's just like you hear about the speed at which their internet runs, and it's light years ahead of what is going on in the U.S. And I'm, oh man, how come they get to have that and we don't? I want fast internet, even though our internet is already pretty darn fast.
Mm-hmm.
It is that much faster in those situations.
Yeah, I have no idea what the current internet speeds are, but I'm sure that they are decent.
I know
and it's probably more decent in here.
I'm just like, tell me what the internet speeds are.
Oh, that's fine. I had one school presentation one presentation whereby I asked the kids were like asked whether they had any questions, and one kid just, I think the story I did was like Amy Wu. So it says, then he's like, what is what was his question? What is the speed limit in China? And I'm like, uh, and I was like, well, I don't know about China, but I'm from Singapore, and I think the speed limit is about the same as it is in Canada, but it's in kilometers per hour and not miles per hour. So after conversion, it's about the same. And then he was very satisfied with that answer. So I was like, okay, cool.
Wait. You said it's in miles per hour, not no.
No, the speed limit in Singapore is in kilometers per hour.
Huh?
Actually,
Okay.
I guess actually here in Canada is probably kilometers per hour as well.
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't it kilometers?
Yeah, yeah,
I
it is
all these
kmph.
documents on the U.S. side. It was pretty sure that it was kilometers per hour there too.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
No, you're right.
Have you been driving too fast this whole time?
I can't drive, so yeah, that's
Oh,
probably why.
that's why you don't even know. You don't even care. Um,
Anyway, I think I have to go. It was really nice chatting with you and drawing. So I don't know if whoever wanted Muscle Cat is like still here, but like, here you go. It's like it's Muscle Cat.
Muscle Cat there. Yeah.
Yeah, Muscle Cat, who probably would be like censored by Twitter because he has nipples, and some kind of like bird cat.
You didn't even sound like you wanted to draw it. And look at how good that is.
And some random bird.
That's gonna be your end to a book at some point. Is you're gonna make a series of Muscle Cat. That is gonna you can say thank you, Mark, someday.
Well, if I do get a Muscle Cat book, I will dedicate it to you. How's that?
There you go. That's all I need. That's all I've been asking this whole time.
Really? Awesome. Well, okay. It was like wonderful. Oh, I can finally see what you're making. That looks awesome. I wish that I could, I have to watch this on replay so I can see like how you do your stuff because like, it's always really fascinating for me to see your artwork and all the texture that you manage to incorporate in it.
It's the same thing for me. I can't pay attention to all of this and then go back. And I have to go back and watch what you do after the fact.
Yeah.
Because I just can't keep track of all of it at the same time. Like I'm watching and I see little snippets, but just flip through your sketchbook and there was one of flowers.
Oh, yeah. This is a new. Yeah, it's a new sketchbook. So, I just did this yesterday. It's like brand new.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's like just some flowers before I did Muscle Cat.
Yeah, all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna draw a little cat running along and some other stuff up in the sky and things. That's really a landscape with a little cat burglar of some sort. That's all I'm doing to this one. I'm keeping it background heavy, but texturally heavy. Let's put it that way. But thank you for joining me tonight. This has been wonderful to get to know you, and I'm glad that we didn't get interrupted by horrible weather.
Yeah.
And I really do appreciate you taking the time to chat tonight and to being entertaining and just totally bad mouthing your husband in the middle of it.
Well, thank you for having me, and I hope that it was entertaining and not too like depressing during some parts.
No, this is great.
Heavy stuff.
This is great. This is what some nights they go absolutely wild, and some nights they're like super business heavy. And so we talked about both, and it's wonderful, and I appreciate every minute of it.
Okay, cool. Well, have fun doing up your cat burglar piece, and I guess I'll see you online when I see you.
Okay.
All right.
Have a good evening.
You too. Take care. Bye
bye. Lauren, you say it's apparently bad mouthing spouses is the name of the game, and yes, it is. It's you need to start your own Instagram live where you can just trash me the whole time. I mean, I guess that's your everyday though, isn't it? Jeez, the way you put me down. So everybody, again, I want to say thank you to Charlene for spending the night, and spending the night, that sounds weird. I don't like that. But if you can, get out and get some of Charlene's books, and share the love of Kidlit by purchasing those and whatnot, and giving likes and whatnot on her feed. If you are someone that is one of Charlene's fans and you came to this for her, then I get it. I'm not as cool. But anyways, I use Instagram Live to watch the dogs and see what they're doing. Yes, that is what you do with Instagram. Oddly enough. Oddly enough. All right. Lauren, if there's any chance you can come down and get me some more water, I'd really appreciate it. I understand if you can't. I know that you don't love me enough to do that kind of thing. I already asked you to clean up my mess on a shirt, and I'm asking for another thing. And if you don't want to do it, it's okay. I get it. I get it. She says she wants to, everybody. We will see. Well, now she's being sarcastic. She's saying she can't wait. See, this is what I have to put up with, people. She just comes down here. No, one fell down. That's that one.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Thank you, wife.
The wife.
Happy wife, happy life. That's what it's all about, I think. That's what they say nowadays. Happy wife, happy life. She's great. What was her alternate account? Mrs. Spelling. I don't remember at all. I need to. I know it was something that ended with an X on Instagram, but didn't in the others. And it sounded like sign or something like that. And I have to go back and look because it's news to me. She's dropped it like it was something everybody knew, and it's like, no, I don't know that. Just, my other account, the one where I'm. I don't know. I was gonna make some joke, but I don't have a joke ready. So I need people to help me out with ideas here. I have been selected by the seniors at the school that I teach at to be their faculty graduation speaker, which I've done in the past. And it's not that crazy a thing. We have a person who comes in and speaks from the outside, like someone who receives an honorary doctorate and all those kinds of things. But I was chosen to be the faculty one, and there's also a student one. And I need to think of something fun to do as the faculty speaker that will be silly and whatnot for the day. I know there's lots of students that I have that have an idea of what I should do, and I don't know if I can get away with it. I don't know if I feel comfortable doing it 100%, which was a lot of dressing up in a luchador mask and underwear and whatnot. I don't think I'll be able to do that, but Bear Edwards, my wife did put it up there. Oh no, never mind. I just finished reading what she wrote, and it says that she's not 100% sure. We'll look it up afterwards, and we'll post it.
I looked it up, but it wasn't right.
Oh, okay. So we'll do some research then. My wife looked it up and it wasn't right.
Back to it, I guess.
So yeah, we gotta. Thank you.
Am I looking? My pleasure.
Did that paint come out of that shirt?
Pretty much, I think.
Okay, good. Thank you. There's gonna be like a big splotch that I didn't see and you didn't see. It shot out of the tube at me, and I was like,
Yeah.
not. That's fine. That's fine. It doesn't have to be perfect. I appreciate the effort either way. So How about a magic show? Wait. Oh, for the thing. Will, you're the commencement speaker? No way. I'm trying to think of like something fun. I thought about, so here, I'll tell you the ideas that I already had and then why I'm not doing them. So one of them was, I thought it'd be funny if I made some reference to how I have to make money as an illustrator and whatnot, and then nothing's really like abnormal, and then I turn around and on my butt it has an arrow that just says money maker to my butt, or on my back, and it points to my butt and says the money maker, and I thought that'd be funny. The other one was when I graduated college, I had the horrible idea to make my invitations to my senior show be me in a wrestling mask, a luchador mask, and I called myself the Wedgeinator, and I had it printed on underwear and saying like, come to my show or else. And there's a whole long backstory to it that I won't get into here. But it was a bad idea. And so I thought about, students have been saying like I should go as the Wedgeinator and get up on stage and wear the luchador mask and whatnot. And I thought it'd be really funny if I got printed underwear for all the students that said something about that. Or one of the things I thought about was having thongs printed that said, the name of my school, Montserrat, was a pain in the ass but worth it. And then I could fling them out at the students in the crowd. But I looked at the cost, and it was prohibitive. It was way too expensive and not necessarily what I wanted to do price-wise, because it would have to come out of my pocket, because it's a dumb joke. And so I'm trying to figure out if there's something fun I could do. At one point I thought about getting a palm reader. And having a palm reader there, so when they are done and we're celebrating afterwards, they get to have their palm read. But then that could go haywire if the palm reader says you're going to die tomorrow. That wouldn't be the best thing in the world, so I don't know if I want to do that one. I need to do something that's a spectacle of some sort just because of who I am. And I don't want it to be all serious, like, I love you all and you're all amazing and you're going to go out there and be the next big thing. As much as they might be, I find those speeches to be very cheesy, and I want to do something that's more memorable for being dumb and stupid than that. So if anybody has any ideas, how big will the crowd be? Student-wise, there's only 60-something seniors. I teach at a small school, so it's not a big school of any sort. But they all have, I think, 4 or 5 people can show up, and I'm sure more than that do. And so I'm going to guess that there's probably about 500 people in attendance, maybe a little bit more than that. Why does the number matter? Do you have an idea that has to do with numbers? Thinking. Okay, there you go. I'm trying to think if there's other like fun things that I could do. That would be like, I don't mind making a fool of myself. What I want to make sure is that it's not something that's so challenging to the audience that I'm making a fool of myself and the parents want it to be this beautiful spectacle, and I'm ruining it by going like, look at me, I'm a dummy. I don't want that to happen. And so, which is gonna happen no matter what, but I don't want that to happen 100%. So I need something that's like challenging, but also respectful. Let's put it that way. I don't want to have someone's grandma come up to me afterwards and go, you ruined this celebration. And the challenge is I have about a couple weeks to figure it out. What, Jeremy Ray Ross, what if you use a giant posters to use as a book prop with holes to pop your head through and tell your story? I like the idea of like, see, the other challenge is I have to be up on stage for the whole thing as a chair at the school. All the chairs have to be up there because we have to announce some awards they're giving out, and so like I have to be in front of people, so I can't like, if I did that, I'd have to like set up the prop while I'm sitting there in view of everybody. Wear a cape and never mention it for a starter. I like that. I like. I thought about ripping off the sleeves off a gown that I have left over from when I was in grad school and making it so I had sort of like a sort of dirt rocker look and walk up there for those in the know would be confused as to why I'm dressed that way. I thought that'd be kind of fun. But again, I'd have to make it so like it can't just be that I do that. There's got to be some reason for doing it in my mind. Like I have to like either tell a story that's somehow related, or I have to come out acting like a fool in that situation. What other things can I do that would be fun? I thought about having someone else go up and give the speech for me. I thought about, is there anybody that would be funny that I could have them do the speech on my behalf? Could I have a hype man? Someone up there to hype me up as I do it? Could I... Hype man might not be a bad idea because that may be... Although I have to find the right person to do it. Or someone willing to make an idiot of themselves. I'm easily willing to do that. I don't know as everybody else is. Or the people that I can think of would be willing to do that. What if you have someone say you couldn't make it instead of a Zoom call, then you make it really boring purposely and then run a like make it seem like I'm not actually there, and then I come running out and it's like I'm a whole different character. I kind of love that. I like the idea of the trickery that can be involved there. I also like just the idea of making it as boring as I possibly can, just to mess with people. I'll probably end up doing something that's like sentimental and sweet, but in my mind, I want it to be something that's cooler than that. Let's see. Can you see art of surprise? You know what's funny is I also have to give like a talk at the school in a matter of 3 weeks, or no, not even 2 weeks, about a thing that we're calling faculty and conversation, and we have to do a presentation on us and things about us and whatnot, and then I have to do that right before I have to go do the speech at graduation. So I have to like be mindful that I'm not doing the same speech. But maybe there's, I don't know, I'll figure out something. You all don't have to help me anymore. I'll figure it out. There's some fun way to do it. And I also have to get it somewhat clear. Although we're in art school and I can probably do something silly, whatever I want, and get away with it. Did anybody that's listening have a graduation where you had someone really fun come speak at it? When I graduated grad school, John Kerry was the speaker. That was kind of fun. I'm trying to think if there were any other. When I graduated undergrad, it was not a great one. It was some lady that spoke in a different language, and then they got a translator who didn't translate. They just kind of paraphrased, which is kind of ruins the whole point of having a translator. You can't just go. They said something sort of like this. It was kind of stupid, but they did that. I'm going to hire a translator. Hire a translator to actually translate word for word what the person says. Could be an important thing they're saying. And they just glossed over it. Let's see. Gonna wrap the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Have the audience make the beat. Let's see, what else can we do? Let's do a couple of those there. Still need to do this building down here. I haven't figured out exactly what I want to do with it yet. But we're getting there. We're getting there. I still have to do the cat burglar on this thing. Let's see. You can see me in short sleeves in this. Feet, that's crazy. I'm never without my shirt. That's weird. I don't like that. I'm going to switch it. Whoa, that'd be awesome. Lauren, I like that idea. I wonder what would be involved or what they could do if there's a fun way to do something with them. So my wife said I should leave a message for the Bananas podcast asking for their advice. This is exactly the kind of advice they love to give. That's a good idea. So the Bananas podcast is Kurt Braunholer and Scotty Landis, and they are two comedians. Well, Kurt Braunholer is a comedian. Scotty Landis is a comedy writer for television and movies and things of the sort. And they run a podcast that is Jeremy Ray Ross. That's pretty darn good. What if you have a translator to repeat what you say, but more intellectually? So you say you did it, and the translator says, with diligence and perseverance, the fine cohort has succeeded. That's pretty funny to have a translator that translates stuff into a smart phrase. Shoot. That means I'd have to write like 2 speeches, though. I don't know if I'm up for writing 2 speeches, because I have to hand in the speech to them at a certain point that says, like, here's what I'm going to say. But dang, that's pretty good. Although, does that venture too close to the the Key and Peele? Oh, that's pretty funny. I'd have to figure out who, because it'd have to be someone that no one knows. I can't just like grab someone from the school to come up and say it. I'd have to get someone that like is an outsider to do it. But I was gonna say, the Bananas podcast though is these 2 guys, and they're all about doing sort of asinine stuff and silly things, and that would be right up their alley. to come do, or to not come do that. That'd be amazing if I just said, hey, you guys want to come do the speech for me? But I also, again, I got to be careful that I don't like just make it into a thing that's like, hey, me, because the families are there for these students. But they might come up with some fun way to do something that I wasn't thinking of. Will, are you still on here? Will Porta? So if Will's still on here, Will would be someone that could come up and do that. He's someone that would actually be very good at doing that. They'd come up and sort of be a little bit of a spokesperson in a situation like that. That I could, not that he would be I could do one that's also even just like someone not dumbing it down, but someone making what I say hip, and relatable for those students. So I'm not just an old man up there spouting off about these youngsters and how they don't get things. But I can ask Will. Will might be good to do that. Need a jet. Thanks again, Jimmy Ray Ross. Not a problem. Thanks for tuning in as always. I'm doing lots of windows. You know what these windows need? Pressure washing. If only I had a game that would teach me how to do pressure washing. I'm going to look up that pressure washing game and see if it's a real thing, first of all, and it's not some sort of ruse. They're trying to trick me and make me look like the dum-dum. But assuming that it is a real thing, I probably won't play it. I'll admit that. I don't know, that doesn't sound like something that really spikes my interest. Let's put it that way. But I do want to see if it's like what it's all about, because it could be very funny to look into. Looked it up and it's a real game. You could make a bunch of food metaphors, and at the end of your speech, you whip out snacks and eat it for the rest of the ceremony. Just do the whole thing eating the whole time. Just like talking through with a mouthful. It's really good. Everybody's here. So the funny thing is, like, all of this is going to be so much funnier in my head than what it would be for the audience. And I probably just need to make a nice, sincere, sweet speech and not try to make an idiot out of myself in the whole thing. But either way, it's going to be me being an idiot. Let's make a radar dish. There, let's put some other. It's called PowerWasher Simulator. It's just, I don't get it. Am I crazy for not getting it, Lauren? So am I crazy for not getting it? I just don't understand why people would want to do that, but you know. I don't know, I mean, more power to them, They can do whatever they want. But don't do it on my turf. That's what I said. Don't do it on my turf. Trying to figure out what else I can do on this. Okay, we're getting these buildings. It's taking a while. This is called Sunset. Jekyll, good morning from Germany. Your art is so amazing. Love it. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Good morning. It's good night from here. It's 11:18 at night. What time in the morning is it there in Germany? Let's see, I'm going to do... I'm looking to see if it says what. 5 a.m. What are you doing up so early? I don't like the idea that someone's up at 5 a.m. willingly. It better be that someone's forcing you to get up at that time. Because that's not a healthy time to be up. Of any sort. Of any sort. I want my eraser. There you go. There is interesting edges right there. Okay, so I might actually leave this building somewhat blank. Actually, you know what I should do? Ooh, I think I figured it out. I think I figured out what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to just make it sort of like the back of the building. Not everything has to have windows. I also don't know 100% why I went, ooh. So I'm going to go and make this bricks. Which may mean I have to come back and deal with some other stuff, but just bricks. Okay, I just looked at the video from the PowerWasher game, and it looks like just as boring as you would imagine. There you go. Have to finish the presentation for a meeting, and they're tomorrow. What's the presentation on? I should say Juckel. Juckel. I'm guessing that's how it's pronounced. Juckel. It says or Juckel, something of the sort. Yeah, what is that presentation on? Is it something cool, or is it like? I mean, something that you have to get up at 5 in the morning to do to prep for. I'm just gonna throw out the idea that it's probably not super cool. It's probably like some boring thing that you have to do, and you're being forced to do it. And if you could, you would not be doing it. That's my guess. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Stress relievers like fishing games. Yes, Bear Edwards. I imagine that there was once, and I don't even know how I came about having it, but I had a fishing game that came with a rod and reel controller type thing, and I think it was like motion. I want to say this is for like Nintendo 64 or like PlayStation 1 or something. Something ages ago. Let's put it that way. And it was kind of cool that like the controller would vibrate and you could sense like when there was a fish on the line and things of the sort. But like I have no interest in that now. I don't know why I had it. Like I'm not someone who ever liked fishing. So like, was it a roommate had it? Was it? I don't know. It was weird that I had that though. Let's see. I'm watching. Bear Edwards, I probably asked this before, but where are you located? And why do you stay up as late as this, listening to the asinine rambling of a fool in the middle of the night. I should finish that. It's about further training in the construction industry. Fair, it's Nashville. Okay, that's right. I remember you telling me before, but and then sometimes it's entertaining. You just had to make a big dig there and make me feel like I failed you. I get it. I get it. Sometimes it's entertaining to talk to you too, but most of the time it's not. How about that? Oh, how about that? Cash me outside. We did that earlier today, right, Lauren? How about that? Cash me outside. Chuck will have fun in your live videos. Thank you. I kid the mark. I remember when you first were on here, Bear Edwards, I used to call you. I think I called you Beard Words or something like that at first because I missed one of the E's, and I kept referring to you as Beard Words, which doesn't make any sense. It's not. I'm not saying it was correct in any way. I'm not saying that I should be. I should get any prize for that one of any sort. Let's see, I want that to be a little better than it was right there. There we go. Okay, let's see. We're getting there. I might put a couple little chimneys. Well, see, I want to have the cat burglar running across that, even though it won't make sense size-wise. You've been called much worse. I'm trying to think what's the worst thing I've been called. I can tell you one of the things that was like the worst thing that I've ever been called is Professor Hoffman. It just doesn't sound right, and I don't think anybody should ever call me that. Whether they think it's correct or not, it's not. It's wrong in all sorts of ways. Let's see. Let's draw out. What should this shape be for this cat running? Well, that doesn't look right. I don't like that shape, but it'll work itself out. It just looks a little risque right now, but we'll get there. Actually, you know what? Let's cut this out of a richer color than that. And then I can put a mask on it. That could be pretty good. The thing I was cutting out looked a little phallic. And no one wants that. Let's hope no one wants that. Here's a song to sing along. Do-do-do-do. No one wants the. It's a PG after show, yeah. PG-13 after show. Where Mark accidentally draws a ding dong. Let's It's not what we want for the night. That's not even dark enough. I guess I can darken it up with some pencil too, but where Mark draws a ding dong. Where Mark draws a ding dong. A ding 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 dong. That's a show everybody wants, right? Old ding dong hour. Ding dong power hour. I think that's what they call it nowadays. That's what the kids are calling it. Ding dong power hour. Is that okay for me to say? Ding dong power hour. I have a total of about, what is it? It's 11:30 now. I got accidental ding dong. That was my band in college. It's a pretty good band name, actually, now that I think about it. That's what I should do for the senior speech, or the graduation speech. I should get up there and just draw a picture of an accidental ding dong, and then laugh and laugh and laugh. This is my signature wrestling move. It's where you accidentally grab someone, and yeah. I mean, there were probably a lot of times where like people got grabbed and their accidental ding dong in wrestling. I made a kid cough up blood once in wrestling. That was pretty cool. I know you're all jealous now, but it was pretty rad. I was pretty proud of it. I got him in a headlock and I just squeezed him until blood came out of his mouth. What? What's so funny, Lauren? What? What was her name? How dare you? How dare you? Make fun of girl wrestlers, Bear Edwards. That's rude. Girl wrestlers are just as strong as boy wrestlers sometimes. I don't like the fact that you're trying to imply that they're somehow not as strong. You wish. You wish. Where did I just cut that? Oh, there's the scrap right there. I'm trying to make you look like the bad guy and not me for making someone choke blood. I mean, he was a freshman and I was a sophomore, so at least there was something there. But I also was probably about a foot taller than the kid, but I weighed the same at least. So I have that going for me. Hola, El Piratore. Put some paint down there. That was me making, that's how I make the paint come out. As I go boop, 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 boop. It's pretty cool. I'm trying to get a fun little silhouette that I can put up here like this. It's just going to be running across. Is Bear Edwards, is that a lady and a guy wrestling? Is that what that is? I just don't know about you, man. Just don't know about you. It seems I'm getting paint everywhere. Oh, I almost dropped my marker. 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 There's a big cat. Doesn't make any sense how big this cat is, but he's gonna have a striped shirt and a mask. Sure is. I gotta let it dry though, and I'm gonna give him gotta give him some what do they call them? Eyeballs. Eyeballs. He's gonna have a little like secretive. I was trying to think like, should I have a little something hanging over his back? That's like a not a spindle, but you know, a little bag or something of the sort. That's or how am I supposed to say it? A bag. A bug. I like the idea that I'm using. Is it this one? I don't know. Is that too much? That's probably too much. But yeah, it's not like that. Never mind. I was gonna say I had an idea. A bindle. What did I say? Did I say a bindle? I think it needs to be a bag. Bag. Not a bindle, because a bindle to me is like you're hopping on a train. But it's gotta be something that looks like a bag. A bag. For anybody that doesn't know, the reason I'm saying it like that is because I'm not the most skilled at my vowels, and so I don't speak good English. I am bad at speaking or telling the difference between BAG and BEG. Oh, I just cut that too small. And so the way that I say it, I have to force myself to say it the right way. And so I make it sound like BEG, but I'm really trying to say BAG. It's a bag. 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 What's so funny, Lauren? Are you laughing at the way I'm saying it? How dare you? People, I know you say I pick on my wife too much on this, but pay attention to what she's doing there. She's the one making fun of me this time. Oh, because she sounds so smart all the time with her bag. I'm here with my bag. Oh, come on. No. Did y'all see that paint? Do that to me? Not cool. Not cool. I smeared the paint in a spot that I didn't want. It's okay, I can fix it, but it's a little extra work I didn't want to have to do. Not this late at night. Oh. I was just thinking it'd be kind of cool if I had like a broken window that was clear that this cat just came out of that broken window. But scale wise, I don't know if it will work. I'll see. Let me get it back to the lighter tone that I need. Say he begged for a bag. There you go. My wife just said, say he begged for a bag. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. My son makes fun of me all the time for it now. You said this when it's supposed to be this. The other one they always make fun of me for is wolf. Always. Both of them just tear into me constantly. The other one that you just pointed out the other day, Lauren, that I say, that I didn't realize that I say is picture. My wife, or not my wife. Oh, that's wrong. My mother. Hello, Dr. Freud. Where are you? My mother says, picture instead of picture. I know it's wrong. You know, not everybody in this world is perfect. Some of us are. The rest of you aren't. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, let's see. I need a little bit more of this color mixed up because I'm gonna get a little sleevey sleeve here. Trying to figure out if I want to do this hand like holding the bag. What do I want to do? It's gonna have a mask on. It's easy enough. But the question: do I want to have this other hand like sneaking around? Should you have it like down here? I guess I can figure it out a little bit. That's easy enough. Let's see. Let's draw that mask in so we can get that started. Redwoods, I like this cat. Well, thanks. You like a cat that steals? Oh, man. You're aiding and abetting, man. Can't believe it. Can't believe you do that. Okay, let's see. I mean, I think it'd be good if you had a little something or other that was like a satchel or something over his shoulder. Let me see if I can get a little shadow. Underneath that arm. So I'm going to stripe it anyways, but at least give me something to play off of there. I can get this to dry. Where was that? Okay. Fishtail sticking out. I dig it. I dig it. I like it. What time are we at? Shoot, I got 13 minutes to get this done. Otherwise, I have to start another feed, and then I have to splice it together, and splicing it together on YouTube is a pain. And or not on YouTube, but you know, when everybody calm down, jeez. Just because I say one wrong thing. Mr. Cat Burglar. Mr. Cat Burglar, what you gonna do? Mr. Cat Burglar, got a story for you. Mr. Cat Burglar, why you ain't got no pants? Mr. Cat Burglar. Let's do a little dance. Ta-da! I'm gonna give him some little boots. His feet stand out. There he is. That way he doesn't leave any paw prints either. What do you think of that? What do you think of that, everybody? Ugh. Let's see. So I just get a little thing like this right here. Gotta wait for stuff to dry. And I'll get, where's that yellow pencil? There's that yellow pencil. That orange pencil, I mean, I'll get it right around where that hand is. There we go. Cha-cha-cha. Let's see, we're at 11:50. We're getting there. I think I'm going to make it. Barely. I'll make it barely. Just a little satchel like that. Why did it not stick? That's weird. It should have stuck. Let's try that again. Stick, satchel, stick. Good dog. Everybody get that? It was so good. This is what happens when it's late at night. Start to make no sense at all. Do I want to put a little, guess I could do that, that's fine. We'll do a little gluey, make glue there. Let's stick it like this. I'll just redraw that hand on top. Because that's easier than trying to cut something around that hand. There's the hand. Here is the last little bit of that stripe. Right there. And come up in here and clean up these curves. Where's my mechanical pencil? Doodle-la-dee-la-doo. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to draw two little lines like that. I'm going to draw two little pupils like that. Pupils? That almost sounds like pooples. Pupils. Pupils, not pupils, and pupils and pupils. Pupils and the pupils will do. Pupils, not pupils, and pupils and pupils. Pupils and the people will do. Where's that other small one? Oh, there it is. Here's what I'll do. I'll draw some. Nope. Didn't like that. Off it goes into the wild blue yonder. Give him some. Warmth in those cheeks. I'm trying to figure out. Should I draw? Maybe I'll draw a little fish in this hand. Oh. That's the way to do it. money for nothing and the chicks for free. There's a little fish. He's got. Let me give him 2 little teeth. Getting there. We're almost done, everybody. We're almost done. Believe you me. We got about 5 minutes left. The question I have, that you should all have, is how do I make this even better? This late in the game. What's so funny, Lauren? Late in the game. I never know if you're laughing at me or there's something else funny that you're laughing at. I'm always expecting it to be like, oh, you think I'm funny? And then it turns out to be like, nope, you're just laughing at some other thing. And you don't think I'm funny. What? Usually it's me. I just heard, what? What? Huh? What? 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 Huh? What? Who did? What? This is the part of the show where I start saying, what? Huh? He did? Whoa, it's 11:50. What? Whoa! It's 11:58, man. Good night, Bear Edwards. See you on the flippy dippy. Is it really? Has it gotten down to that?
He's leaving fish everywhere. Other people joined in. What? Huh? What happened? Whoa. Huh?